spice up your life.
Good morning, this is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Police now say that one of the three men reported missing in Malongo on the 16th of December 2024 was not really a missing person according to their records. In a statement, Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja said Justus Mutumwa was already a subject of a murder investigation just 2 days after he was last seen. Kanja said Mutumwa's identity, however, remained unknown until last Wednesday when he was forensically identified at the city mortuary. He added that Mutumwa's body was discovered floating along the Nairobi River Ruai area on the 18th of December, but his family, oblivious to the incident, made a report of their missing kin at the River police station 3 days later. The IG said the body had bruises, prompting detectives to institute a murder investigation. The statement came hours after Kanja and the DCI boss Mohammed Amin appeared before Justice Chacha Mwita and denied holding any of the Mlolongo three. Here is what Amin said.
The investigations are still ongoing. I wish to state, my lord, that the missing persons are not under the custody of the National Police Service. We have not arrested them, and they are not under our custody. Under the circumstances, my lord, we can neither produce their bodies, nor can we formally prefer any charges against them.
A while after Mutumwa's body was discovered at the city mortuary, the body of the second of the Mlolongo three, Martin Mwau, was also positively identified by his family at the same facility. The bodies are said to have been delivered to the facility a day after the men were abducted. Agriculture CS Mutahi Kagwe has officially launched the nationwide livestock vaccination campaign targeting 1.1 million livestock. Speaking on Thursday during the exercise in Laikipia North, Kagwe said that farmers will not be coerced into vaccinating their livestock. He allayed fears about the safety of the vaccines and called on leaders to stop spreading propaganda about the initiative.
What sort of leadership would we be? What sort of people would we be if we would tell people to use something that we have not checked, that we have not certified, that we are not happy with? Siasa upande moja, fitina upande moja, ukweli upande moja. Ukweli ni kwamba chanjo liko hapa, na sababu gani tunasema wewe uchanje ng'ombe zako? Hii ni maisha yenu jameni, ni maisha yenu. Wajua serikali haina ng'ombe.
At the same time, Laikipia Governor Joshua Irungu spoke of the need for the county to impose movement restrictions on unvaccinated livestock.
Tungekuomba ya kwamba kwa sababu sisi tumekubali na ishara ya wananchi wamekubali kuduga ng'ombe zao shindano, tafadhali tunakuomba, because of the livestock movement permit, sisi tunaweza kataza, lakini kuna wengine wanaweza kuigiza ng'ombe zao kwa nguvu hapa.
Tension remains high in the South Garama ranching scheme in Mwea East Kirinyaga County as angry residents continue to flash out suspected members of the outlawed Mungiki sect. Businesses in the area were closed on Thursday as residents set fire to semi-permanent houses belonging to suspected Mungiki members. The residents accuse the members of the sect of raiding the scheme since last year, where they had forcibly taken over pieces of their land. Investigators have recovered the flight data recorders, also known as black boxes, from the deadly plane crash in Washington, D.C. The National Transportation Safety Board said a preliminary report on the crash, in which a commercial airplane and a military helicopter collided over the Potomac River, will be issued in 30 days. 64 people were on the American Airlines flight and 3 on the helicopter. No one is believed to have survived the crash. President Donald Trump offered his condolences, saying, "Our hearts are shattered by the incident on Wednesday night." He blamed diversity rules under his predecessors, saying he believes people hired for air traffic control roles were not always qualified, but offered no evidence for this. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 SpiceFM, Kisumu.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop, your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Are you ready to become the next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best of the best? Oh, yeah! And walk away with over 1 million Kenya shillings in grand prizes. Auditions are open for Kenya's Star Search on Saturday 1st February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Hall Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by
Star Times. Enjoy digital life.
Are you ready to become Kenya's next biggest music star? Do you have what it takes to compete with the best and walk away with over 1 million Kenyan shillings in grand prizes? Auditions are open for Kenya Star Search on Saturday 1st of February and Sunday 2nd February at the Nairobi City Charter Hall from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Come through and show us what you're made of. Proudly sponsored by Skiza, Techno Kenya, Sunlink, Wairimu Kenya, and Boomplay.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away.
Delamere. Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
This new year, Discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free Super Bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Rainbow TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for assistance. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Okay, it's 10 after 6, and let's take a look at what's happening on the roads this Friday. We are getting into the weekend, so we know that outbound traffic is likely to be more of a thing than inbound traffic. But let's take a quick look at what's coming off the thicker superhighway traffic not popping at this point. Also, as you come out of Westlands and Ngong Road as well, it looks like ghost town Nairobi. Folks are getting where they need to go real quick, and we're not seeing any kind of hold up, at least not for now. Even on Kangundo Road, where we'd normally see traffic off the jump, that's not happening just yet. It looks pretty good on Outer Ring as you're trying to get towards Mombasa Road on the one side and get towards the thicker superhighway on the other. Also, let's take a quick look at Magadi Road, which will likely be busy, but for now, you're not doing too badly. If you leave early, you'll be off Magadi Road in no time. We're going to keep an eye on things and see how they progress through Friday. We'll talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.
Good morning. How are you?
Tuko salama.
Okay. Mark, you're here.
Yes. Yes.
How are you doing?
I have finally adjusted to waking up at the witching hour.
The witching hour, is 3 a.m.
Yeah, you've got to start waking up at that time. Because it's been years since I was in boarding school where there was prep.
Okay. And City wakes up at 3 and eats ugali.
Huh? 2 ugali?
He wakes up at 2 a.m. to eat ugali.
No, I eat ugali 2 hours after that.
Okay, after he wakes up at 2, then he eats ugali at 4. Then he does the thing and then comes here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Explains the longevity.
Ugali, Sino?
Yes, ugali is good.
Sino? Good morning.
Morning, do.
Mambo.
Fit.
Poa sana. Very, very good. Very
Mark,
good.
Yes. How are you? I am just remembering when was the last time I said fit, but yes, I am fit as far as my health is concerned.
Okay, wait.
So it was.
You can't remember the last time you said fit?
No, it was fit, then it was fitty, then it was poor. It's a whole evolution.
What's the difference between fit and fitty?
Poor is cool.
Poor is cool.
Yeah.
Fitty.
Fine. Yeah.
Fit.
Yes. They mean the same thing.
He said yes. That's like those people are saying, tell me a story about yourself. Yes.
You don't want to tell us a story? No. I said, okay, fine. Tumekupata.
Hey, I'm telling you. Well, you guys, it's Friday, January 31st. You thought it would never come. I'm telling you, here it is. 31st of January. The day you thought would never come is here before us.
You know why it's bad for me? Once upon a time, I decided to postpone all my January bills to February. Because people will say January is hard. So I organized my bills for February. My account and my bills today are not matching.
They're not each other.
So I shall be launching my GoFundMe.
Me too. Can you make me an associate fundee?
GoFundMe.
I tell you.
Yeah.
A couple of conversations that we will have today, guys. At 7 a.m., we'll be talking about what's going on in the diaspora, right? The role of Kenya's diaspora in promoting business and education. There's a lot that's going on right now, especially in the United States. Everybody, is a bit nervous. What's going to happen with the new Trump administration and the directives that he's been shooting out like wildfire over the last few days? Dan Kamau, who is an executive trustee and project director at Diaspora University Town, and Professor Philip Mutisia, who's a trustee and university academic founder at Diaspora University. We'll be talking with them at 7 a.m. And today is Friday, so our Healthy Friday conversation will be with Dr. Mahendra Singh, who is a founder and neurosurgeon at Nairobi Neurocare. Revolutionary approaches in treating nerve pain and migraines. You would be surprised at the number of people who are walking around with this thunderous feeling in their heads every single day. You are one of them.
4 years straight migraine.
My goodness. And your migraine is not your regular run-of-the-mill, I've got a headache. No, it's...
it's piercing pain.
Oh my God, it's terrible.
You stay in the darkness.
Yeah, you can't put on the lights.
Yes.
There's certain triggers that will just drive you nuts, you know. So those, and there's a lot of people who suffer from them. So that's our Healthy Friday conversation for today, and we'll be looking at ways to overcome that. Dear Mr. President, if you had an opportunity to tell the president today, just in case he doesn't know what's going on in Kenya, this is your opportunity to do it. We'll be having that conversation at 9 o'clock. Dear Mr. President, just in case you didn't know, certain things are happening in the country and we would like you to take a look at them. That will be our conversation at 9 o'clock this Friday with us and you, to be able to go through a number of the things that, just in case somebody may not have seen or may have forgotten, we'll be talking about those things at 9. Sawa. Okay, so I know a number of you are online already. It sounds like we need to remind ourselves that it's good for us to say hi at least every morning. Sawa. So who's online this morning before we get into the proverb? I'm talking to myself. Tomorrow is that month, the month of love. Month of love in Malawi, we say mwezi wa chikonde. Ndu City and Mark have a lovely month. We say Halandi Ndi Mwezi Wabwino. Of course, this is Don Sabwa teaching us how they speak in Malawi. I don't know if to call it Malawian because it's probably wrong. But okay. Jimmy Gakio says, good morning, Team Spice. Hesban Sidon is greeting us. Ndu should be the lead peacekeeper in DRC. What?
Hey, congratulations.
Thanks. Let me speak it. I mean, what's that thing they called? Manifesting. Okay.
To the universe.
I'm telling you, when you speak it out, it will come, Abi. Tuned in from Tamu, good morning. Team Kubwa, blessed Friday and weekend, says Rose Grace. Thank you so much. Robert Toboko is tuning from Mombasa. Mpo says R. Then you say? Oi. Mpo.
Sisiiko.
Mpo. Sisiiko.
Sawa.
It depends on which side of the lake you come from.
Clearly. This one is inside the lake. Hey. Leo, where have you been? Really good to have you. Princess Ndu CT Mark. Coincidence or guilty or accused of both, that missing persons are found dead or alive every time top head of our security organs are set to appear in court. Let me tell you, I don't believe in coincidence either, but we're going to have that conversation later because my goodness, Yani, IG Kanja and Nuruddin Haji have normalized abductions and murder. Ooh, Paul J here, I hear you. Let me just I don't know, I'm feeling heavy. Robinson Kisero says, good morning from Hong Kong. As the world is moving towards digitalization and AI, it's a shame that we only think about the internet and media shutdown. Look at how DeepSeek is revolutionizing the world. Agola, bonjour toi. Edwin says, good morning, tuning from Dallas. Viva Spice, indeed. Chris Maurer says, good morning, everybody. Ndu, CT, Mark. RPF's Paul Rutangambwa Kagame will not give up, just like LRA's Joseph Rao Konyi since 1987. Both have been rebel leaders. Sawabasi. Portland, Oregon is where my...
Rebel leaders. The president of Uganda was also once a rebel leader.
Sindio?
Yes, now the transition from being a rebel leader to a liberator, that has always been the tricky bit. One doesn't quite understand when it happens.
If it actually happens.
It happens.
Yeah.
You know, once you succeed, the title drops, eh? Yeah, when you win, you stop being a rebel.
You become a liberator.
A liberator. Fellow Kenyans, happy Friday to all, says Joe Mungai. Colin says, Nifurahi Day, it's okay. Is it really? Wagwan fam, says Karanja. We see you, Carol Nyambura na Tupenda. It's the last day of January. Yes, it is. Zachary says, good morning, Spice family. It's Friday. Bernardito says good morning from Doha. Kevin Shivo is tuned in from Kuala Lumpur. Nyakach in the building says Newton, good morning, good to have you in. Listening in from Rongo, and they say the weather is cold. Well, I'm looking at my map and it's 20 in that area. It's 23 degrees, 24 degrees at the moment. It'll probably go to 29 later. So when you say cold, nisaidi hapo. Oyawere uruduto.
Good morning, all of you.
Bas, all of you are good morning.
Yes.
Excellent work and happy Friday. Thank you, Silas Owiti. Good morning, Siti Ndumark. Good morning to all the background tech. Lydia and everybody, Mr. Limiwa. Lydia, the beautiful girl with the dimples, has greeted all of you, telling you guys should see Lydia. Mob love, Team Spice. Samia says, hi, and everybody, thank you so much. Good to have you here as well. Justice for the 2 missing young men who lost their lives. I know. A big one. Good morning to all. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Bwangi James, we see you. Eda Tatu, we see you as well. And good morning as well. Liz Kanyambu, good morning. It's Chege Edward's birthday. Is Chege Edward your brother, father, uncle? Who is that?
Cousin
brother. Good morning to Edward and everybody. Karibuni sana. Thanks always for joining us in the room. Okay, our proverb is from Tanzania. Today is the last day starring.
Yes. The United Republic of Tanzania. Those who live in East Africa know who the
I
president.
thought that was the proverb. Sorry.
No,
Okay.
sorry.
I was gonna say what?
Those who live in East Africa know who the president of Tanzania is, don't they?
Yes.
And her name is?
Samia Suluhu.
And the vice president? They have a vice president.
They do?
Yes, they do. And they even have a prime minister. But I'll tell you, the vice president is called Philip Mpango, as in plan. Okay?
Suluhu na Mpango. I love it.
Solution and plan.
I'm telling you.
Okay.
That's the only way.
If you think this is fortuitous, just listen to the name of the prime minister, Kassim Majaliwa.
These Tanzanians, they knew what they were doing.
Yaenda ikawa. Majaliwa za Mwenyezi Mungu.
Majaliwa na tuna suluhu.
Yes.
Tuna mpango.
Yes. Wajua kile mpango tuko nayo,
Ndio tupatie suluhu.
That's a whole campaign
Yes,
story.
exactly. Na kama suluhisho hajapatikana, sasa bwana tuna Majaliwa ya
Tuna Majaliwa ya
Mwenyezi Mungu. Right. Now this proverb I loved this particular proverb. Maybe, but I began the proverb now.
Okay, so
I began reading it. Maybe my canoe is bigger than yours.
Your what?
Canoe. Canoe.
Thanks.
Maybe my canoe boat is bigger than yours. But the sea is the same. If there is no fish, we both go hungry.
Whether yours is big or not.
Doesn't matter. Well, it matters not.
It's very true.
It is true.
And it has sunk.
There's a saying that life is unfair, but it's unfair to everyone, so that makes it fair.
But is it unfair to everyone, really?
Everyone has their dose.
Everybody has that opportunity.
Baggages.
Everybody has a chance.
No.
Like for example, you can be as wealthy as Elon Musk and then unfortunately have his brain.
Wow. Don't say what you think.
No. You said everybody has opportunity and I'm saying no. That is not true.
Well, I mean, if you have the boat, you have an opportunity. You have
Yes,
the boat,
you
whether it's
do.
big or small.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do. When you have a boat, then you have the opportunity, but not everybody has a boat.
But not everybody needs a boat. There's another one with a djembe, another one with an axe, another one can run as fast as Usain Bolt.
And the others who have none of the things you've mentioned. Say something else.
Well, if you talk about lack of opportunity within the poorer edges of society, that may seem true, but there is latent talents, latent abilities in every human being.
How do you know that a place on earth has gold or has precious minerals?
Well, somebody's going to discover it.
And then what do we do?
Depends on whether you're Arabian or African.
You take it out of the earth. and then
Thank you.
sell it.
Thank you, mighty philosophers. Thank you. Thank you.
No, but what do you do now? You dig it out and then you sell it.
Bas, did it require the philosophy?
Oh.
Oh, you know, if the earth turns red and the sky is blue.
Which ugali did you eat today, City?
Yeah, yellow.
You know, in Luya, there's the ugali that is fermented. It's called mahalanje.
That. Do you give it to special guests?
Yes.
What?
Yes. It's not just anybody who gets that ugali.
Yeah.
If you're a seriously loved in-law, they'll cook that for you. You'll be happy.
And full.
Well, you'll be happy for more reasons than full, but yeah.
It's fermented ugali.
Oh, it's like booze in ugali.
Yes. The same ingredients that go into busa, which when distilled go into changa, making changa.
Go into ugali.
Can I imagine that as ugali?
And you're giving that to your favorite guest.
Are you seeing how he's smiling?
I love it.
Right.
If you are not awake, now you are awake.
I'm telling you where. Okay, so let's look into the headlines, shall we? Fun stuff. On the front page of the Standard this morning, abducted and killed. Words I do not like to read, but hey, this is the reality. And then guess who showed up in court yesterday? For 6 weeks, parents, friends, and colleagues of 4 young men have prayed, sued, and demonstrated that they be released by whoever has been holding them. 2 have been released, but as bodies in a morgue. Police have denied ever holding them, raising more questions than answers. And as the search for the other 2 men continues, 2 families will be left to bury their kin who died before their time. Dead, Justin Mutumwa. Dead, Martin Zuko Mwao. Missing, Kalani Mwema. Missing, Steve Kavingo. Inspector General of Police Douglas Kanja and DCI Director Mohammed Amin at Milimani Court in Nairobi yesterday, they denied any knowledge of the whereabouts of 4 young men said to have been abducted. And it just happens to be that it was the same yesterday that 2 of these gentlemen were found dead. Does it mirror the same incidents where Masengeli finally showed up in court, then acting Inspector General, and it was on the same day that the gentlemen were released from wherever they were being kept? Is there such a thing as coincidence? Start to ask those questions because it's important that you do. Hospital to pay parents for fatal dose on baby. That was such a sad story. I mean, ridiculous, but we'll look into that. Farmers upbeat over fertilizer. I don't know why. The prices looking good. All right. Bank okayed to auction 1.2 billion shilling land. Obado in the soup over girl's murder. Former Migori governor is expected to defend himself against murder charges after a court found that he has a case to answer in the murder of university student Sharon Otieno. Trump's orders cut deeper than imagined. It's not just aid that US policies will affect. Taxes, relationships, and investments will feel the heat too. Mabo. Crazy. Guess who is speaking up against Shah? It's on the front page of The Nation. Shah isn't working. Members of Parliament now speak up. MPs have expressed their frustration with President William Ruto's new health plan, questioning the operational failures of the multi-billion shilling Social Health Authority and calling for a review of the healthcare system. This follows an uproar from Kenyans who have complained over access, costs and service delivery. Shall I tell you who's complaining? Let me start from the end. Leader of the majority, Kimani Ichung'wah, says the presentation by Mr. Abdi shows that either those implementing SHIF lack the capacity or are not qualified to run the scheme. Really? Faith Gitao, you must address the delays experienced in making approvals for patient claims in SHIF. Why does it take so long for people to start benefiting? Anthony Kibagendi, who incidentally is on the health committee, a bulk of benefits in SHIF are inferior to what the defunct NHIF was offering. Patients have been complaining that the system does not work properly. Dr. Eva Obara, we need to reduce the 2.75% deduction. People with payslips are suffering. We cannot go on like this. We have to do something. Peter Salasia, Shah is just a scam and needs to be abolished. Cancer patients and others with chronic illnesses are suffering across the country. Millie Odhiambo, the PS has the vision, but the implementation is a problem. My suggestion is that if this SHIF fails after 6 months, we just go back to NHIF. Tawa.
Yeah, but what you've read and what the title seems to shout out at us, not the same thing.
They say it's not working.
No, that's not what they're saying.
SHA isn't working.
That's what the headline says. But what you've read does not speak to SHA not working. No, it speaks to problems within SHA and specific issues that need to be addressed which are not being addressed. That's what it speaks to.
But the specific issues happen to be everything.
No. That's the point. It is not. Who says it is everything?
Let's see. Let's see the comments.
Oh, should we wait and?
Let's do this. Let's look at some more headlines, and then we'll come back and look into this. Whether the complaints that they're talking about within the implementation of the thing equates to the thing not working, right? Okay, we'll look at that a little bit more. Now, how DRC crisis could hurt Raila's bid for AUC top job? Wait. As though this were the only thing. Anyway, President William Ruto faces a delicate task as chairperson of the East Africa Community in the Congo peace talks, with experts warning his decisions would affect Mr. Raila Odinga's bid to chair the African Union Commission. With the February 15th AUC elections fast approaching, the current crisis is an acid test for President Ruto, who is racing against time to ensure harmony in the region. So there's that story again. Tragic end for two Malongo families as police chiefs Kanja and Amin appear in court over abductions. Lobby alleges plot to harm Kome and Supreme Court judges. But why would you do that? Shame of 283 bills stuck in House committees. These House committees, when Parliament is in session, this is actually the bulk of the work that they do. They don't just come and sit in plenary and say, Mr. Speaker, sir. They actually retreat to the committees and start to handle issues, one would think. So when you say that 283 bills, which are up for debate and then, then should be concluded on, have actually not come out, one must wonder, so what is happening at the committee?
And there's a lot of sitting allowance.
Exactly. Okay. Why Parliament shut down nominated MPs' request for offices? You are nominated. Why do you need an office? I beg you, people should leave us alone. We who've been elected, we are the ones who have work to do. You understand? Titi, go.
Right. Business Daily. Public land should not be gifted to private developers in the hope of getting a few crumbs of affordable housing. That's a quote from an article written by Jaindi Kisero, and he has a lot to say on this particular matter. Okay, CBK seen making steeper rate cuts to unlock credit. Okay, see, Central Bank of Kenya says we're reducing it. Commercial Bank says, okay, you've reduced it. We've heard you. Okay. When it translates into it actually being reduced, we will know because borrowing will be possible. But even if it is possible, will there be money to borrow? Yes. Sassini blames China buyers for disrupting macadamia supplies. Agricultural firm Sassini has accused Chinese macadamia importers of buying immature nuts from farmers, starving local processors of quality. Okay? Blamed. Maybe when we look at the article, we will find that there's evidence to what the blame is about, isn't it? KNH suspends 11 employees over crime theft. Cybercrime, I don't fully understand it, but Kenya National Hospital clearly understands it. So they've suspended 11 employees over this particular crime.
Okay.
Kenyans purchased 37.4 million smartphones. Kenyans bought 2.2 million smartphones in the 3 months to September 2024. Marking a record purchase in a single quarter. Okay? We don't have money. We don't have money, but we have money to buy a smartphone.
Which Kenyan?
But you know the definition of a smartphone is different now. The cost of low-end smartphones is as little as 4,000-5,000 nowadays.
Little as 4,000-5,000?
Yes.
Little.
Remember, the smartphones used to start from 10, 11, 12. So the prices of the entry-level smartphones have gone down.
But at 4,000, it is still smart.
Yes.
Well, it's smarter than your little thing.
Well, smart just means it has access to internet.
The thing about electronic gadgets is this. As we progress and as they make new ones, The merchandise that is costly are the newly fangled ones, which tell you it's now this brand and it's brand XZW. That's the latest.
Yes.
Then there's another brand which comes competing with this one. They tell you this one, forget flipping. It turns around from left to right, just at the sound of your voice. And that one goes for God knows how much. So when this happens, the others, which previously you had been told will dance as you blink, those ones stop being as important as the other ones. And the ones before that, which simply you were told once you sort of like plug in something called airtime, you can speak, those ones now become very cheap. So this story, the 37.4, I believe, it is true, because some people have more than one phone.
Some people called
Kenyans.
Oh, okay.
Right. Kenya Power declares first interim dividend in 9 years. 9 years! 9 years down the line.
Yeah.
They've declared dividend. I want to read and understand. This one I want to read to understand how that dividend came about. Because if dividend came about, it means Kenya Power has turned around. It's a lovely fellow who will come and he'll explain to us. And he explains it well. He has clarity in his explanation. Okay. We will call him and we'll ask him to come and explain this.
No, hala.
Okay, bang in the middle of this particular paper, there are two things. There is a picture of a lady called Catherine Musakali. She is the chairperson of the Women on Boards Network, WOBN, WOBN. Okay? Then there is what?
Nothing.
Bang in the middle of this paper, also at the same time, Tycoon Muga fails to block auction of his Britam shares. Okay? There's a bank called the ABC Bank. Okay. They seized 75 million shares over a loan which was not paid, meaning it was defaulted. The billionaire being referred to here is Muga, guaranteed 433 million loan for his firm. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, sour. And they've been told that one, High Court has said it is okay.
No, hala.
This is the guarantee. It is okay. You can sell it so that you can recover your money. Star. Top right-hand corner in teal green. This is really top right-hand corner in teal green. Yes. And the people in the picture are looking rather green in the gills. Abduction case. Police, IG Douglas Kanja and DCI boss Mohammed Amin appear in court. As I said, they are looking a little worse for wear. Anyway, Justice Obado put on his defense. Remember yesterday we were saying it was going to be determined whether he has a case to answer.
Yeah. It has been determined that he does.
Yeah, that one is what has been said. Now this one is unfortunate. It's a sad story. One of the pillars of the very, very discipline of history in this country, Professor Bethel Ogot, okay, has passed away at the age of 95. Okay? The history that you know of, this is a man who has towered over many, many, many other people who have presented themselves over time to be historians. A historian of repute. Yes, this story is on page 2. Then, bang in the middle of this paper, why is IBC panel unable to work? Remember, some were sworn in. The story tells us 2 others who were appointed have not been sworn in. Public anxiety over timelines and delayed planning for the next general election. Okay? There's a timeline that is stated, what you must do when. Yeah. Okay? It's clear. By this time, this. 7 days, this. 3.5 days, this. Half a day, this. All that, it's written. Okay? So I'm not sure quite where we are, but we will look at it in details. Then there's a picture of frustrated Matatu crew kick up fast over hawker menace.
Where?
Hawker menace meaning, hawkers were told, see that stand over, yeah, sell your wares there. I don't understand. Honestly, I don't understand, because I would have assumed people who board matatus may want to buy things. I would have assumed. Okay? But clearly, there's more to this than meets the eye.
Because whatever happened yesterday was an absolute mess. They blocked everywhere. People were not moving. Westlands to town was crazy. I mean, hey.
And that was because of the hawkers. And those of us who are caught in traffic, somehow we were involved in all this.
Yes.
Is that
exactly. So? We were.
Yeah, we were. Okay. They involved us. So now we know that. Even if you didn't know there's a problem.
Now you know.
Now you know.
Exactly.
Okay.
See, tuangalie nini? Do you say hewani?
Yeah.
Uko, inje. The weather.
Yes. Anger.
Bas, hiyo.
Hali ya anger.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, yes.
And it is, I don't come from a certain community that now removes the H. It's not hunger, it is anger. Yes.
It's 20 minutes to 7 o'clock. Take a quick look at the weather, come back and look at these stories in detail. Good morning.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Currently clear conditions in Nairobi. We'll see highs through Friday of 25 and lows of 14 and clear, yes. We'll see highs of 24 and lows of 14. It's 13 and cloudy in Nakuru, highs of 26. Highs of 26 in a partly cloudy Nyeri at 13. It's 12 degrees and cloudy in Eldoret, highs of 24. Mombasa is sunny at 24, highs of 33, and we'll see highs of 31 in a sunny Malindi. 18 and clear in Kisumu, highs of 28, while Kakamega will see highs of 28 as well. It's cloudy in Kampala at 19 and partly sunny at 27 in Dar es Salaam. Johannesburg at 20 is clear, and we're looking at cloudy conditions at 24 in Mogadishu and 11 degrees and clear conditions in Addis Ababa. Into Lagos, it's clear at 27, while Kinshasa is cloudy at 24. -1 in Beijing Friday afternoon, 1 degree and clear in Paris, and 4 degrees and heavy rain in London. It's 2 degrees and cloudy Thursday night in New York, coming into Friday, highs of 2 and lows of 1.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Okay, so, guys, this headline, and now that we've seen MPs jump into this conversation and they've said that SHA is not working, and MPs are now speaking up. Now, SHA is not working. This is what the headline says, according to what MPs are saying. Now, if you look at the comments that have been made by certain MPs, Midi Odhiambo says, the PS had the vision, the implementation is a problem. Peter Salasia says, it's a scam. It needs to be abolished. Eva Obura says, we need to reduce the 2.7%. Kibagendi says, the bulk of benefits for SHIF are inferior. Faith Gitao says, address the delays experienced in making approvals for patient claims in this. Kimani Shungwa says that, those who are implementing this thing lack the capacity or they're not qualified. They need to find another job. Does this now equate to the thing not working?
Every process has three things. Input, the process, and the results. Okay? So, is the input being questioned? How much people are putting in?
Yes.
Yes, it is. Is the process and the capacity of those processing being put in question? Yes.
Yes, implementation, blah, blah.
Yes. Is the quality and the quantity of the resources coming out of SHIF to pay for the services needed in question? Yes, they are. So, in my view, and if you read Kimani Ichung'wah's statement, that Mr. Abdi shows that either those implementing SHIF lack the capacity, so it means it's not operating optimally, or they're unqualified. So, I wonder which aspect among these comments of SHIF is being raised above the others as functioning.
Or if you flip it and say, if these questions are being asked in the manner in which they are being asked across board, would it be that you're asking something else apart from the thing working? That you're raising these issues pointing to the fact that there are elements within this thing that are not working. Because would you ask these kind of questions about something that was functioning properly?
Or are you stating the obvious?
Or are you just saying, look, because I've seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it can only take me to the logical conclusion that the thing is not working. The truth of the matter is that if you have one element of a whole thing that is not functional, guess what? The whole thing has taken on the elements of...
You're right, because poison is not, if to poison someone you don't give them 99% poison. You put their nice tea in a cup and then you put 1% poison. But in this case, what we are looking at, what these guys are saying, and what we already have as comments from the public, we know for a fact, I have not had very many people happy with SHIF. Unfortunately, I can't even be biased about it because last week I had a very intimate relationship and interaction with it.
You see, I have never interacted with it personally, but I know and have evidence because I have a friend of mine who was hospitalized at the Coast, what we do at the Coast General Hospital. Okay, and Shah paid his bill.
Oh,
it was 260,000. It was paid.
Okay.
He was a person who had lived with disability for a long, long time, something like 43 years. Okay. He wasn't always that way, but an accident rendered him in that condition. So for me, when you tell me it's not working, I ask, what do you mean?
Exactly.
Yes.
Now, I think that's the problem.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't work that way for everybody. And what we had been told is that it should.
Yes.
You see, like now, there are certain hospitals you'll go to right now. I mean, I'm handling a case right now whereby they tell you, well, we'll see. We're going to have to calculate and then see what we will actually pay for. And I'm thinking, no, that's not what you said. Universal, based on your premium contribution, means that you go to hospital, you get treated. Aside from this, what do they call that thing? Pre-existing condition story. You go to hospital for a medical problem, you get treated, you get discharged, your thing is paid for. That is what we were told ought to happen. But you know what's happening now? There's Russian roulette being played with this thing, depending on the medical facility that you go to. You go and then they'll say, okay, Sawa, we'll see. We'll calculate based on 1, 2, 3. We'll see how much we will pay. It's not supposed to be that way.
You see,
we've been told that it will be across board.
And it's not just, the example I've given was the latest. You see, I happen to know of people, it looks like people who have seen it work are people I happen to know.
I've also in this deliberation, I have also come in contact with people who said, yeah, my mother was in ICU for 21 days and they finished and they paid everything. The only thing we paid was some 850 shillings, I don't know for what, but it paid everything. So that's my problem. That why should there be some people whereby it takes care of everything and then others that it doesn't? That's why it's not working.
You see, the conversation about it, unfortunately, has been it is not working. That is what I have a problem with. Because there are those who seem to argue that if one part of this system is not working, then it's not working. I'm saying, no, that is not true. You need to point specifically to what is not working.
Okay, let me flip it on you. Let's assume that you're a mechanic and you've got 10 cars to fix. And every time you fix the car, one car is well fixed, the other one is not. And when you take your car to him 10 times and you know it's a 50-50 chance that your car will be fixed, is that mechanic competent?
You see, that is you and your car. This is the point I'm trying to make.
You just be the mechanic.
It is bullying.
No, I am actually speaking my mind.
No,
that is you and your car. Because the reason I'm saying this is, if that mechanic had made a promise that you bring him any car, whether it's electrical, whether it's diesel, whether it's
petrol,
whatever it is, he will fix it. And then whatever it is you said was the problem is not fixed, and that fellow has not fixed your car. That's one. You take it a second time, this fellow clearly does not know what he's doing. If you came to that conclusion, you would be right. Okay? The point I am making is this. We keep saying we want to have an honest discussion. Then let's have an honest discussion about SHA and SHIF and Taifa Care. Let's have an honest discussion. If you have a system that has been declared by others not to have served their purpose, what they said they would do was pay the entire bill. That is what you understood them to be saying, and they don't. Then for you, you'll say it's not working.
Of course.
Okay. If you went for a service and the service you went for was provided for and paid for, you will say it is not working. Can we collate and understand?
It is working.
Yes. What I said is not what I meant.
Okay. Okay.
Is it possible?
It's very possible.
We asked this of Waziri Moses Kuria. All these hospitals that we have, is it possible to have a desk? Okay, a place where when these complaints are brought, you simply see, we said we've gone digital and all that. Why don't you just take down these things and over time plug it into the system so that you know these are the frequently presented problems.
It's true.
Yeah. Okay.
So now, can I ask a question?
Yes.
And I'm asking this from some of the work that you've done. Really from a point of wanting to understand. If you have this thing, right, and it suits the purpose for some people on some days, but it doesn't suit the purpose for other people on other days, it may do it in part for some people some of the time, or not at all for other people some of the time. Can you say this thing can you put it all through and say it is functional?
And specifically,
I'm asking.
We're not talking about cars. We're talking about lives. We're talking about life and death.
Of cars here. So now you're abandoning your analogy.
No. That was for the purpose to see whether it functions. But the import of SHIF and the ability to depend on it is a life and death question.
It is, and that's why an honest conversation must be had. To answer your question, you cannot arrive at any credible conclusion unless you have the data. That's why I said people are complaining. And they're complaining every single day.
Yes.
Even those who have not interacted with SHA are complaining. Even those who are not registered with SHA are complaining. Everybody is complaining. If you have a portal, you have a desk, you have a specific place where people can go and take their problems and it's documented, you actually don't need a year. Within a month, you'll have a very clear idea of what it is people are talking about.
Then we can conclusively say...
Yes.
We can conclusively say that this thing has, the system has its... Let's not even talk about the people who are complaining from the comfort of their house, behind their phone, keyboard warriors, whatever. Let's remove those ones. Let's even say that one person, right? Let's even say that one person has interacted with the system and that there have been problems, that they've not been able to get 1, 2, 3... They've done what they need to do. They've paid a premium for a year, and somehow they find themselves in hospital needing care. And for some reason, the system denies them what it was supposed to give by virtue of the fact that they had this access. It doesn't work.
You know, my problem is I don't finish what I was saying in response to your question. You see, when you can collate, you will then see a pattern. And you will understand what is going on, okay? And then you will raise the question, are these problems that can be fixed? And first of all, no, let me go a step back. How do these problems occur in the first place? Okay? When you'll ask, the information, the data will raise questions on its own, even as you look at it. Then you'll even raise that question that people don't want to ask. Is this thing being deliberately sabotaged? Okay?
No, Siti, if you may allow me. Kimani Ichung'wah, right, is the leader of the majority in parliament.
Yes.
We say every day the job of parliament is to oversight the executive. It is their role, their job to do exactly what you're saying. Now, the reason why I quote Kimani Ichung'wah, there's something very, very, very important that he speaks about in the first quote that is taken from him. The presentation by Mr. Abdi. He is not speaking from speculation. He is speaking from data that has been presented to him, and as a leader of majority is giving a position, which is the legal and constitutional and expected role of parliament to oversight. And to oversight, it means they have to have sight of the situation.
Okay. But there's no argument there.
And for me, I think when we're looking, it can't... I've been in hospital every day for the last 7 days, just going to visit and see and back. It can't be that there's so many people. These are people in hospital. That's what I was saying. Remove the people who are keyboard warriors and those who are speculating from the comfort of their homes, whatever. The people who are in the place. And that's why I was saying it's not possible to have a system where it works for some. And that's what I'm saying. I've heard people have said, yeah, it paid for me, it paid everything. And then it doesn't for others. Because what special thing is it that has happened for these people for whom it has paid? And if it is universal, it ought to be universal. If there is a bug, then it is not working. And those bugs have to be ironed out.
You know, there's not working and there's not working properly.
If it's not working properly, CT is not working.
No. No. That is a dishonest conversation. If you have just one person saying it worked for them, then you have to ask why it worked for that person. Why did it work for
on that
this
particular day?
Yes.
At that particular time?
That is why all these things have to be documented so that you know. Because right now, when you talk about matters of health, this thing becomes emotive. Because it's somebody you love, somebody you care for, who needs this, and their life is in peril. So you can't make this an academic subject because it is personalized. However, data is impersonal. If that data isn't there, this is the question I'm raising. Why don't we have it? Why is it that all these hospitals do not have a place where all the people who go there and have an issue with this can go to, and you're told if you have an issue, go there.
Exactly.
And as you go there, it is documented. Why?
Because they also have not come to terms with the fact that there is something wrong here that we need to handle. Why should they on an everyday basis handle these complaints from people who come and then they complain and then they take it and then they go and tell CT, oh, this thing didn't work for me. Then CT goes to say, well, you know what? My person has come to tell me this thing doesn't work for me, so it doesn't work. You see?
You know, I keep trying to think. You know, one of the courses I failed was engineering, and one thing we knew is if you create a circuit, you create a car, you create a mechanism, and every time you use that mechanism, 1 out of 10 times it works, 1 out of 20 times it works. That mechanism is not correct. The simple principle of any process is that it is repeatable, it is dependable in terms of results, and every time you run it, the expected outcome is what comes out of it. And therefore, when you say and you conclude that it works for some people and does not work for others, you are fortuitously saying that this thing is not functional. Because if you create a thing that is supposed to deliver ID cards to Kenyans, and then out of 100,000 Kenyans who apply, it provides passports instead, there's a fundamental problem with your process.
What's the percentage of, because I'm still interested in that data question. When we say something functions, does it have to reach a particular threshold? We say
Yes.
80,
Yes.
so we have to say like
Yes.
80% or 90% of the time, if it's functioning, then we say, then this thing actually has met the threshold.
All the time, it is put to work, it should function.
Yeah.
The glitch should be the perchance.
Right. The
Okay.
glitch should be, okay, maybe every now and then pops
that's
up.
the maybe, but literally 99.9% of the time it's working.
Yes.
So there's where the case is for at every single medical facility, there needs to be some representative, a desk, a center, whatever. Because that is where now you'll be able to collate and collect information whereby folks are saying this thing doesn't work for me, I tried this, it doesn't. And also this perchance thing that we see that medical facilities are actually doing, where they will tell you, we'll come and tell you how much we will pay. So you're left in limbo and you actually don't know if your person is going to be sorted. This is what is happening.
These questions we're raising, this is what a pilot scheme would have
taken care of.
Yes.
It would have taken care
this
of
one.
it. Yeah.
This back, forth. If the bigger picture system was put on trial and we had, was it 5 counties where we sort of like tried this thing out? 4?
Yeah, 4.
It means it was understood you need to try this thing out so that you figure out what to do. Then you move it from 4 to 8, 8 to 16, like that. That way, all the things that we're now raising from this thing which was never piloted are fixed, and with every movement, the problems get fewer and fewer and fewer and fewer, to the point where the problems are the anomaly. You're wondering, okay, so what has happened? The discussion that the bulk of the working mechanisms of this are complained about, that to me is the honest discussion. Why do we have a situation where the bulk of what this thing is supposed to do, it doesn't seem to be doing? Yes.
And you know
not that this thing is not working. That statement is too blanket.
And you know, there's also one critical question. Those with chronic diseases, kidneys, issues like that, in NHIF, and they had grown to adjust their economy, their schedules, and their hospital visits based on what was being provided. When that is disrupted, it is extremely disruptive, one, for the families to be able to afford, and two, for how they're able to self-manage their issues. Because some of these things, you've got to be in hospital every two days. Others, you need to be in hospital every 3 weeks. So the ability for that to be consistent is very, very important.
I think so. I think the data also then is very important to be able to see then how it does. You'll be able to know how it works without having to look too hard, I think. All right, so it will be interesting to see what happens. I know that the team probably will be up in arms trying to figure things out as we go along. Let's see what happens in the diaspora as we have those conversations at 7. Good morning. It's 7 a.m.
Spice up your life.
This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The discovery of the bodies of 2 men who were among 3 that were abducted in Mlolongo last December has sparked outrage among Kenyans, with many demanding answers. Martin Mau's body was discovered at the city mortuary on Thursday, hours after that of Justice Mutumwa was found at the same facility after days of relentless searching for them and their counterpart, Karani Mwema. The development came hours after Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja and the DCI boss Mohamed Amin appeared before Justice Chacha Mwita and denied holding any of the Mlolongo 3. Here's Amin.
The investigations are still ongoing. I wish to state, my lord, that the missing persons are not under the custody of the National Police Service. We have not arrested them, and they are not under our custody. Under the circumstances, my lord, we can neither produce their bodies, nor can we formally prefer any charges against them.
The Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo has now called on the National Police Service to come clean on the matter.
The fact that the Inspector General of Police and also the Director of the DCI can come to court and tell the court they have no idea, yet this was being done and fingerprints were taken, identified yesterday, it either means that they are not talking to each other, or they do not have control of their different agencies within the National Police Service.
On Thursday, Mutumwa's brother Duncan Kialo told reporters that police informed them of the grim discovery on Wednesday.
We got a report yesterday that the body of Justice Mutumwa was found alongside the river in Nairobi River, and DCI and police, they have taken the DNA test for the fingerprint, and they have reported the matter at our rural area where the ID identifies himself that it is the body of Justice Mutumwa.
Tension remains high in the South Garama ranching scheme in Mwea, East Kirinyaga County, as angry residents continue to flush out suspected members of the outlawed Mungiki sect. Businesses in the area were closed on Thursday as residents set fire to houses belonging to suspected Mungiki members. The residents accused them of forcibly taking their land. Deputy President Kithure Kindiki has said that the nationwide livestock vaccination exercise will create more wealth for herders. Speaking on Thursday during a consultative meeting with leaders from Isiolo County on the implementation of state projects, Kindiki noted that Kenya is the 3rd largest livestock keeping country in Africa, but cannot export its animal products because of the risk of some diseases. He insisted that only vaccination would unlock this holdup.
We must meet international standards for our livestock products so that we can be able to export our meat, our milk, and other livestock products in many parts of the world, especially in the Middle East, where we have a big market. For us to meet the demands, the health demands from the international market, we must vaccinate our livestock.
Meanwhile, Agriculture CS Mutahi Kagwe has officially launched the nationwide livestock vaccination campaign. Speaking on Thursday during the exercise in Laikipia North, Kagwe said that farmers will not be coerced into vaccinating their livestock. He allayed fears about the safety of the vaccines and called on leaders to stop spreading propaganda about the initiative.
What sort of leadership would we be? What sort of people would we be if we would tell people to use something that we have not checked, that we have not certified, that we are not happy with? Siasa upande moja, fitina upande moja, ukweli upande moja. Ukweli ni kwamba chanjo liko hapa, na sababu gani tunasema wewe uchanje ng'ombe zako? Hii ni maisha yenu jameni, ni maisha yenu. Wajua serikali haina ng'ombe.
Uganda's Ministry of Health has confirmed a new outbreak of the Ebola virus in the capital Kampala, with one reported death. The victim was a 32-year-old male nurse whose symptoms included high fever, chest pain, difficulty in breathing and bleeding from multiple body sites. He died of multiple organ failure on Wednesday at Mulango National Hospital, located in the city's central business district. This marks Uganda's 8th recorded Ebola outbreak since the first infection was documented in 2000. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamir.
SpiceFM, Nakuru.
All right, let's take a look at what's happening at a few minutes after 7 o'clock. A little bit of traffic in different parts of the city is starting to build up now. On the Thika Superhighway, you'll find some of that as you then approach the Pangani underpass, but nothing too scary at the moment. Magadi Road traffic is also starting to build up as you then approach Langata Road, and it's also looking pretty busy on Kangunda Road now. Actually, if you look at the Thika Superhighway traffic, it's coming in from Githurai out towards Kasarani, and that's pretty busy right now through towards Garden City. A little bit of traffic on Limuru Road as well as on Waiyaki Way getting out towards Westlands. And we're going to see that busyness on Naivasha Road coming in from Kikuyu Road. And all conglomerates on Ngong Road this morning. Okay, so still looking at Langata Road traffic starting to build. It looks like it's going to be a busy Friday. Where are you? Are you stuck anywhere? Or find an easy route? Talk to us on SpiceFM, KE on X, hashtag The Situation Room.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
This new year, discover something new every day on your StarTimes decoder. Buy an aerial decoder plus 1 month free classic subscription at 1,399 shillings to enjoy the magic of African stories on ST Swahili, AMC Movies and ST Nollywood. Or a dish decoder plus 1 month free Super Bouquet subscription at 3,199 shillings only to watch heartwarming dramas that bring you closer on Novella E+, Rainbow TV Plus and Star Life. Experience the thrill of live sports on La Liga and Bundesliga on ST Sports Premium and ST World Football. Buy your StarTimes decoder today from our business halls countrywide. To renew your subscription today, dial *858# for self-service or call 0730-710077 for assistance. StarTimes. Enjoy digital life.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 9 minutes after 7 o'clock into the second hour of Kenya's biggest conversation, the last one for this week and actually for the month. And getting into more conversations this hour. Thank you for being with us. Just in case you're clicking in now, our live streams are up on YouTube, Facebook and on X and on your radio wherever you are in the country and indeed in the region and in the world, and welcome to our audience on KTN. Okay, as we get into a conversation this hour, a lot has been happening around the world in the last couple of days, where there's certain announcements that have been made by the Trump administration, and everybody is up, in arms saying, okay, so what happens next? This conversation that we have today is actually looking at the role of Kenya's diaspora in promoting business and education, but maybe taking on a little bit of a different perspective. We have two guests in the studio this hour to help us do that. Dan Kamau is the Executive Trustee and Project Director of the Diaspora at University Town. Good morning.
Good morning.
And Karibu Sana. Professor Philip Mutisia is the Trustee and University Academic Founder of Diaspora University. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning.
Karibu Sana as well.
Asante.
Welcome to the hot seats of the Situation Room. I mean, we're getting into it this morning. I think a lot of interesting things that we go into and have questions about already. But let's welcome you in true Situation Room style. And CT goes around the continent, and we have to say this every day. Every week comes back with proverbs from a different country. So he lets you know what that is, and then you tell us what you think about it and how you would interpret that. All right?
All right.
Okay.
Proverbs for the whole of this week ending today are from the United Republic of Tanzania. Okay? Maybe my canoe is bigger than yours, but the sea is the same. If there is no fish, we both go hungry. Let me repeat it. Maybe my canoe is bigger than yours, but if the sea is the same, but the sea is the same. If there is no fish, we both go hungry.
Let's start with you, Prof. What do you think about that?
Yes, the canoe is bigger and small.
Mm-hmm.
There's no, it's the same sea. There's
Same
no
sea.
fish.
Yes.
That, to me, it represents the how you plan ahead and how you predict what you are supposed to go to. You should know how much fish in there before you start going, but you also competing for the same thing, but you don't have the resources, or you don't have the product. You do not know whether there is anything, but you're competing for something which you don't see. It reminds me of another saying which is saying, be careful when a naked person offers your shirt. Because there's nothing, and you say, let's go fish.
Okay.
What about you, Dan?
Yes, my thinking is that, and I'm going to go probably just like the professor has stated, it's sort of like, it's regardless of whether you, how big your fishing rod or your canoe is, for there to be value, there has to be the fish. So regardless of, like for example, if I was to apply like even the jobs in Kenya, if people, regardless of the size of the country, like Kenya or Uganda, if we don't create jobs, it's not the size of the country, it's the value of the whatever the product is going to be.
Good.
Okay.
Not bad.
Yes.
All right.
It's actually giving the proper relevance.
Indeed.
Yes.
It is. So Kenya's diaspora, we've talked about, the relevance of Kenya's diaspora in different countries in the world. And the big, conversation has always been around remittances and how they're in the billions every year and how they're contributing towards the growth of Kenya's economy. But now we look at the importance of Kenya's diaspora and how they can contribute to business and education. And this is all coming off of the place that you have actually, told us about, which is the Diaspora University on one hand and the Diaspora University town. Well, let's start from there. That we did not know that there was a Diaspora University in Kenya, or that there's one being built or founded. Let's start off with that. What's the Diaspora University?
I will let the original person answer, but I want to introduce this from my perspective, because I joined the Diaspora University. It used to be KUP, and then we ended up to Diaspora University. And basically, it is made of us, those who are in the diaspora. I've been there for 37 years, a professor for 4 universities in the state of North Carolina. And we when in the Dennis, we're going to talk about how it started, so you understand. But the whole idea of a diaspora is how do we, those of us who are from here, from the diaspora, leverage our skills, talent and treasure to give back. And that's why I really retired from after 37 years in working as a professor, giving there. So now the idea is to come here and implement a university which will also produce a better or similar outcome, which is to build the economy and improve education. And so I'll and then expound on the origin of it, because the philosophy of it is very interesting. And that's why I joined him in 2014.
Okay. Yes, thank you so much. Yes, 2 professors actually. One is Professor Raphael Joroge. He passed on in 2014, and the other one is Professor at Gastenfeld. They were in WPI University, and what they did was that they thought that they could start a university in Kenya. And they also invited us Kenyans who are living in the diaspora. By then I was living in the city of Worcester, to come into that discussion. And eventually we had the discussion, the idea shaped itself, and we felt that just the way Kenyans were literally going to look for jobs in the US, we could anchor a jobs creation project in Kenya through number one, a university, but also a development of a town. And that's how the plan shaped itself. And today we are implementing the Diaspora University town in 1,500 acres. It's going to create 20,000 jobs. And it has also, when we came, we also found a community that also said, we want to be part of this. And they had 5,500 acres of land. And today, sort of like the project, although we are doing it in 1,500 acres, it also encompasses the other 4,000. They are starting close to 30 businesses, 30 new businesses, as you have stated. And it will also create another 5,000 jobs, which now come to 20,000 jobs, 15,000 jobs at Diaspora University, another 5,000 jobs at that other 4,000 acres. So that's how the project came about. It's literally about making the number one, the land productive, and number two, the human resource, because we went to the diaspora because there were no jobs. So if we could get jobs here, it would be great for economy, and we could also grow economy.
So with the start of so who goes to the university?
Yes, that's a good question. The process we did was we asked that same question at that point when we were conceptualizing. We could look at it from the aspect that if you put out a university and number one, you don't have students coming in, you are going to end up with the buildings and a university that has no students. So we approached it from a different approach, whereby we said we first want to create an endowment. And an endowment is what funds the university. For example, right now, one of the best universities in the world, Harvard, has an endowment of 50 billion, has grown to 50 billion. So sometimes even in the news, we used to hear that even if Harvard did not have students paying, it could actually give 7 years to students coming in just without pay, because it has the money. So we created that. So right now, the Diaspora University project has an endowment valued at 3.8 billion, based on the plan that we have created, and it's going to fund the students. Who are the students who are going to come in? When Taita Taveta County Assembly passed the institution town plan that we are implementing, 200 students would come from Taita Taveta County, 10 from every ward. And there were some incentives there. The one incentives was that any fees, levies, and everything that the project is going to generate, 50% is going to come back. We are still trying to get the incentives increased to even 100%, and that's one. That's how we are going to get the students. We are also looking at getting the students from all over the country, Kenya. And again, the process is that as we create the endowment, we are also going to create a student finance fund. And that's where the SMEs or businesses also come in, because we're not just bringing the university, we're also bringing a lot of businesses that will work hand in hand with the university. For example, we have Daktari Biotechnology, Medicine and Vaccine, that the university has already invested 30%, that is going to build a medicine and vaccine plant there. Yes.
Do you already have a charter from the Ministry of Education?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Yes, I can explain the charter also. What happens is that when you start in a university is a business in itself. Yes. So you start it as a business. So we have the trust. The trust is created. So you endow the resources to the trust. Once you kick off the university, the Commission of University of Education will first of all give you a letter of interim authority. That will kick off your university after 4 years, or as you go along, when now they feel that your university is stable, it does not need, you can actually call students and offer them that 4-year degree program. Then you can ask for the charter. So the charter takes a long time.
Okay, so to my second question, it's called the Diaspora University and Diaspora University Town, yes, respectively. My question is, how exactly would it work? Why not just call it Taita Taveta New University? Why the emphasis on diaspora, especially if professors retired and come back? What is going to be the connection with the diaspora, and how will a student who's registering be connected with that term, diaspora?
Yes, the name itself, as we came to work on the name, there were several names. Number one, Darabi community had joined us in the project. Of course, we had diaspora Kenyans who are coming to the project. So, from a name perspective, once the persons who are there were asked, they said, "Oh, why don't we give the name diaspora as an incentive for diaspora to bring back resources to like education and other resources?" So the name diaspora came from that fact of telling the diaspora, just bring back education, bring back these resources, that was the whole process. On the other side of the diaspora now, being Diaspora University, once, of course, a student comes there, I remember a name is a name. Sometimes we also give university names of even persons. So basically, once students come there, they would, of course, know that this educational system came from the diaspora. And again, we are not starting a university from scratch. We are literally adopting, the professors adopted a university system where they were working, which was WPI University. So they say this system, if you put it in place, it is going to be good for the academic process and the teaching of students. It's a system of project-based learning, which enables students also to literally be able to start businesses after they complete the university.
What would be the difference between this and any other university in the country which essentially does the same thing? Which transfers skills and knowledge to others, and they graduate and they get a certificate and they go out into the work world?
Good question. For example, also in terms of the identity and the name, it's inspired. It's inspired by people who have been out there in the diaspora, which like me, and we are bringing back because we built over there. Now it's reverse. When you talk about remittances, even with the Minister of Foreign Affairs, which has been diaspora, we have it's inspired by us coming back and giving back because of the brain drain, for example. That's what inspired us. And I came here to invest. I left a hole when I went, and I built over there. Like I said, the university we are affiliated with, who inspired the idea with the Bishop Joroge and the Garden Field, the people who originate, they were doing it not to create an American university, no, but it's to leverage our capacity, especially like academic person like me, who has developed there, and now I have a capacity to come do even better invest here. Difference of the Diaspora University is in programming. In the areas of academic offering, we're going to have 4 degrees to start with, one in engineering, and we have also the School of Business and Leadership and Entrepreneurship. Then we also have the Arts and Sciences, and in that we have we eventually will have a developed student to be actually not consumers of knowledge, but creators of knowledge. Transformational leaders, whereby when you come to Diaspora University, the project-based learning is similar to what the CBC here is, curriculum. Because what it is, you have to create experience which have tangible, something you can show, not just show, but you can also earn as you learn. And I can sum it up better with the organization of creating an Academy of Process Education, focus on the process, and then engage the learner with the content and interaction in a collaborative and a partnership way. Then when they leave, for example, first year, they have something to show. And also they have given to the community. They are part and parcel of creating experiences, and the internalization of the experience is translated to a measurable way, whereby they can say, okay, last year I learned this, and project based, it has to have it's like an apprenticeship model, whereby you are intern, you are learning and creating, as opposed to just going through lecture theories, and then when you come out there, you have a piece of diploma, and you cannot even have a solution or create a solution in the community.
Okay.
Yeah.
A question to you. There is a process of creating a university.
Yes.
Yes.
In this country. Yes. In that process, where are you?
Yes. The first stage of creating a university, there are things that are needed when you have to operationalize a university.
No, just forget operationalizing.
Yes.
Even before the discussion on operationalization comes in, there is a process that is followed in this country if you want to create or you want to build a university. So I'm asking, in that process, where are you?
Yes, we are right now we are at the stage of, we have created the endowment, which is the capital of the university. Once you create the endowment, the capital of the university, you then submit the proposal and you attach eight other documents. The first one is a detailed curricula, which is what the professor is working on. The second one is a physical infrastructure, which is the buildings and everything. The third one is, of course, where is your staff going to come from? Then the fourth, then there's also the library. So there are all those pieces that you have to put into place. It has actually anchored on there's a university act of parliament for that. So you have to develop all those. Then once you put all those, you take it then to the Commission of University of Education. So right now where we are the part of literally those arranging all those resources so that you can take them to the commission.
Have you registered the name?
The trust is already registered.
It is registered?
Yes.
And what is it registered as?
The trust is registered under the Trustees Perpetual Act. It's actually one of the requirements of before you have to bring a certificate of incorporation of a trust or a business. If somebody wanted to put it under the Companies Act, so that's the other side. You would put it all in the trust. So as we are putting it in a trust, so that one is already incorporated under the Perpetual Trustees Act. That one is already there. So that's what we are operating.
So you're starting the entire process with the trust.
Yes, it starts with the trust.
And once the trust is operationalized is when you propose to begin the process of establishing the university.
Yes. Yes. You then the trust now submits all the documents that are needed. But once a trust is created, the standard process is because most of the universities all over the world are endowments. You endow. You then now once you create that trust. That's the first step of creating the university, the resources, where it's going to be. Then you meet all those requirements that are in the trust.
And I think also the uniqueness, again, back to what Du asked about, this is not a government public institution.
It's a private university.
No, it's not private.
What is it?
It's based on trust in a community.
Yes.
It's community. Whereby
I can explain that one. Yes. Remember, the only difference between a public university and a private university is where the resources are endowed by the public and where the resources are endowed by the people, the same public, in their capacity as private. So there's no difference so much. So in this case, the resources were not endowed through the government, but endowed in the private. Like, for example, we didn't get a budget of coming up and saying, there's a budget to create this university. We actually worked on it, put our resources, and the endowment has come from Kenyans, both in Kenya and also in Kenya community, putting those resources as in their private capacity. Yes.
Okay. So, who makes up the trust?
The trust is once you register a trust, what happens is when you're registering in the trust, you take the resources that you have, you endow them.
So I understand generally about a trust. Who makes up the trust for this university?
Yes. Now we have the trustees.
Yeah.
We have 4 trustees actually. We have trustees from the Diaspora Kenya, and we also have trustees from the community in Voi. So the trustees now are made from the people, mainly the people who endowed the resources. But again, trustees, you can add any person anytime. For example, you see people can come in and also endure other resources, and they can also become trustees. So basically, and a trustee is very different. It's just a trust doing the role that because we started with a development plan. So all you are doing now is enacting that plan.
So you've said that in this endowment you have got what, 100 billion Kenya shillings?
No, it's valued at right now in the audit report. The last audit report, it was valued at 3.2 billion.
3.2 billion Kenya shillings.
Yes.
All right. So this 3.2 billion, you said it's a valuation.
Yes.
Is it, how much of it is in actual liquid cash, and who would you say, without of course naming names, are the people who have put in who are they? Is it business people? Is it academicians? Is it well wishers?
Yes.
Members of the diaspora.
Yeah.
Yes. As you stated, any idea that starts, and I'm going to also utilize also an example. The only project that we comparative with is Konza City right now. When Konza kicked off as an idea, they said, we are going to need some money. That was in 2008. And people had tax money, and an office was opened. So even ourselves, once an idea, the professor started the process back in the US, it required money. So the money was put in. So eventually that process, money keeps being put in. Even Konza right now, just on the side of what we would call operational side, in the last 16 years, with the public of Kenya, we give around $1 billion every year, just to operational side. So basically that's also what we have done. Then the second part is, of course, the land is also a part of the community. So those are the resources you then value.
My question still stands, and I'll tell you why I am being a bit pedantic about this question. In any organization, you must always follow the money. So, for example, if I'll give you Konza City, because I happen to do a documentary in Konza City. Konza City is a government concern, and the government decided to put in the ICT infrastructure, and they've got brilliant servers, brilliant infrastructure. The roads are good, the sewage is good, and that's what the government pays for. That's where the 1 billion goes. The public then comes in to buy pieces of land and invest in that place where you get your office space, you get to use their servers, and it's sort of like an ICT assisted area. So now in your description, you've got trustees. Now, trustees put in money because they have a certain interest. Some are charitable, some have a business interest, some have political interest. They want to say, I invested here and I changed the lives of the people. I'd like just to see how that trusteeship is done.
Yes. Again, let me answer that one a little bit different. Trustees don't have a personal interest. Any trust, there's no personal interest as is created. Like, for example, right now, today, if you appointed a Harvard University trustee, you're not going to go with your personal interest. You're going to actually enact the process.
But that trusteeship is different because when you're appointed a trustee and you've not put in your money, there's other people's resources, whether it's donations and whatever, that you're put in charge of. From what I want to know, trustee or not, where is the money coming
who contributes
from?
to?
Yes. And thank you for that. Actually, that was a very brilliant question. We covered that question for close to 3 years at WPI University, and the question came about was number one: how do you develop? If you want to develop something, how do you develop? And eventually, the business school of WPI, that was Gastenfeld. We kept looking at the process of what do you call money? What is money in itself? And eventually we got a breakthrough when we looked at it on the context that money comes in when people work or when you value natural resources. And so basically we then looked at it in the context of how was also WPI created, and the process was that people endowed and gave out resources of money. In our project, we decided we are going to have two things in place. There's a university, and there's also development of a town. One thing that has happened in Kenya in the last 60 years is that we have not yet developed new towns, because Nairobi plan literally goes pre-dependence. We look at Nakuru or Mombasa, the towns that right now you could say that have a sewage plan. All of them are pre-independence, but all the other small towns and cities that are there, they are not yet. They don't even have plans themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So we were in Massachusetts, and we were looking at it from that point and saying, this is a state with 350 towns and cities. We know where the water comes from. We know where the sewage goes. There's no dust. There's all these roads. So we balanced it and then said, at the end of the day, what is the resource that in Kenya or in Africa that is not being utilized the right way to actually grow your GDP? We realized it's the human resource. Right now, today, we are going to waste a lot of human resource by people not even working. And you can't produce anything without working. So that's how we came about, and we then looked at the capital. So the project itself, when the first class is graduating, the university will have its endowment will be around 20 billion, but its assets will be around 30 billion. So the town itself will have property, because property is a single property that stands on itself. We'll have property and businesses, around 300 businesses, and 6,700 and over 6,700 properties. Those properties themselves is also what we also ask people to come also to develop. So we have Kenyans who have joined this. We already have close to 500 Kenyans who are now property developers in this project. The conceptualization of property development has not been done in Kenya, and that's also why we also have that process that you will find that many families in Kenya right now are living in a planned settlement or even in slums, because we have not built a property. So basically there was also that process, and as Professor Mtisia was saying, one of the areas, because when you identify your university, you also have to look at what direction do I want to go. The area that this university wants to support is number one, jobs creation, where the human resource is not being lost to the future. Today, as I stated, over 20 million Kenyans don't have formal jobs. Many of them will do something, but they will not have a formal way of making income. The second side that we were looking at on this university is that it has to support the Kenyans' rights, the ones that they said they want. Article 42, clean and healthy environment. Article 43, healthcare, housing, clean water, food. So those were the areas, and also education, and then the children right in Article 53. So those are the areas that we want to concentrate on.
Let's take a break at that point, Mark, so we can take a quick look at weather and traffic. Looking at how education and business can be supported. Let's look a little bit more into that and see what's on offer currently and how is that changing Kenya as opposed to bringing in something new. Dan Kamau and Professor Mutisia are our guests this hour, and we're looking into a lot of these as we come back from this break. Don't go away.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start
Some
your day.
days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away.
Delamere. Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions at some parts at 14 in Nairobi. It's 13 and partly sunny in Nakuru with 14 and sunny conditions in Nyeri. Eldoret is sunny at 13 and Mombasa at 24 is sunny, while Malindi at 25 is sunny as well. Kisumu sunny at 19 and Kakamega at 16 is sunny. Kampala cloudy at 19 with Dar es Salaam sunny at 27 and Johannesburg at 19 is sunny. Mogadishu at 25 sunny conditions as well, while it's 12 degrees and sunny in Addis Ababa. It's 27 and mostly clear in Lagos and 23 and cloudy in Kinshasa.
Spice up your life.
All right, pretty busy on Magadi Road coming out towards Langata Road this morning and then out towards the Southern Bypass interchange. And there's also quite some traffic on the Southern Bypass as you approach Langata. In and outbound traffic, there must be something cooking there because that's not normal. And it is quite heavy. Let's know what that is if you are in the area. And on Gong Road, as you cross over the City Mortuary roundabout heading out towards the city, you have some traffic then going towards Valley Road, so that's there. And on Jogo Road, a little bit of traffic coming through towards the Makadara train station. The Thika Superhighway has some traffic, quite some of it actually, coming in all the way from Githurai. Well beyond that, coming in from the Wairimu interchange and then through towards Garden City. Also on Kiambu Road, a lot of traffic this morning, so we are in traffic hour proper already. Keeping an eye on all of this is Friday and try and keep things moving. Let's talk on SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
All right, we're looking at Diaspora University and Diaspora University Town. We're also looking at supporting business and education through this. Our guests this hour are Professor Musimi and also Dan Kamau. Go ahead.
Well, you know, when you talk about cities, there are 4 cities within Nairobi, within the environs of Nairobi, I should say, that have been proposed. We talked about Konza, there's Tatu City, there's Northland City, and there's one that was still in the drawing stage called Railway City. City, you know, the space between, is it South B, South C, and the railway. So it's supposed to be a young, posh, urban area. So there's a journey that is a bit askew for me because unfortunately I went to the United States and I was trained on financial propriety and impropriety. So one of the questions that that has risen in my mind when I look at these places, their financial plan is very clear, and who they expect money from and when is very clear. So there's a jump that has been done here where there's a 3 billion valuation, which we don't know whether it is in assets, because the 3 billion could just be the 1,500 acres, so there's no cash per se. And then from 3 billion, there's a jump that after the first graduation, there'll be 30 billion shillings in assets and 20 billion shillings in the bank. Now, that math, based on how businesses grow and are done, together with the model of endowment, is not tallying in my mind. So take us through the financial journey so that anyone listening can understand that if they do send their children there, the university will not shut down when the child is in second year. And where is that money coming from? And where is 30 billion worth of assets, 50 billion total cash and assets coming from about 3 billion valuation, because valuation is not cash. So how is that working?
3.2.
Yeah.
3.2 billion.
Yeah,
Yes,
3.2.
I stated 3.2. Yes. And again, I stated very clearly that in any part, anywhere in the world, the first part, and I use Konza as an example. If I was now to use Konza, and today I was told, please value Konza for us, I would, of course, I know what the land cost was, but I would go to what the Kenyans have put in the last, from 2008 to today, to operate those offices. Because no institution operates because of an asset. It also operates because of people working, and producing. So for us to be able to reach that, you also have to create that model. And you say, this is the model that we want to create and move forward. What I'm saying is, the model that we have created has not yet been created, because at the end of the day, if it had been created, the first thing would have been, we would see it all over the country. For example, land in Kenya, there's plenty of land in Kenya. There are so many people in Kenya. And I simplify the factors of productions as 3: land, human resource, and money. I do not place money as important as the human resource, because it is a human being. So what we found out as we were looking at this project is that Kenyans tend to look at money more than the human resource. And that's why most sides we fail to advance our country, and then we have 20 million people unemployed or don't have formal jobs or can't meet their needs, not because they don't have the human resource, not because we don't have land, but because the whole debate is coming on the factor that money. And that's the part, I'm just saying from our project point of view, just to say that on the side of, somebody could have a different opinion, but remember, on our side, that's what we have done. So basically, you value assets. Any balance sheet, I'm an accountant, I studied business and economics. When you do your balance sheet, you have your assets. On the other side, you have how are your assets created? Are they created with capital or loan? So basically, what I'm saying is, at the end of 5 years, when our university is there, we will have the buildings of the university. We will have everything that is there. But on the other side, we will have created 20,000 jobs. We will have put 100 million hours of human resource to productivity. 100 million hours of human resource, if you are to value it at around 500, an average of 500 shillings based on the different professionals that are there, that's an equivalent of a work of 50 billion that has been done in that project. That's how we are looking at it.
So allow me, because there's a misnomer there. First, money does produce. Yes. You can put your money in a savings account, it will give you 7%. You can put your money in the money markets, you'll get 11 to 12%. Sometimes 15% if you put it in unit trusts. The point I'm saying, it is untrue to say that money does not produce value, because that is misleading the public.
Let me correct you. That one I have to correct. That one I have to correct. I did not say money is not a producer, just like land is a producer. I did not say money is not a producer. But I said the most important resource of the 3, money, human resource, and land. The most important is the human resource. That's what I said. I did not say money is not a producer.
Okay. So the question is here then, even as we look at human resource and things that will come out after 5 years, are we saying that at the very beginning of the establishment of the city and establishment of the university are these, because it of course necessary to understand how they were established in the first place. I say this because of pointed examples we have in Kenyan society today of universities where public money has been used to establish them, and today they are shells of what they used to be, and they're individuals who were in these universities who unfortunately will not be able to continue, number one. And there was mismanagement at various levels, and then icons of education in the country unfortunately have now fallen to their knees. So in the very foundation and the management, it is important to know how, who, what, where, when.
And this, I just to have to answer that based on how I came in. Who am I? I am the person who left here, went to improve my education and career, built my career, developed a capacity, a resource, what he's talking about, social capital, that which I can leverage to come here instead of just sending money home and say, okay, or sending students away. I like the plan because the plan is designed to attract those of us who have resources, talent, time, and treasure, not just the money. Because I've amassed a great deal of experience, work with the institutions, and this also idea of leveraging the institutional the experiences we have, capital we create, knowledge creation by self.
Okay.
That's why, and then how do I come in and make a difference? It's the designing of the programs, the degree programs, whereby when you come in the door, I have contributed to it by sacrificing my time to come here. We've been meeting and planning, and I'm going to put about 400 hours in the next couple of months to register the organization, that is university programs, degree programs. And then I'm also working on developing the faculty, because that's my best suit, as academic.
So if I'm to understand you, Professor,
yes,
what we've heard so far is the vision.
Yes.
This is the plan that you have.
Yes.
Besides the plan, you said you have 1,500 acres.
Yes.
Who does it belong to?
Okay. They belong to the community who...
It belongs to the trust, right?
Trust, the community granted this
land.
Okay.
Then the trust was developed under that.
Okay.
So it's
the title deed on that land. Whose name appears on that title deed?
Diaspora University Trust.
Yeah.
Diaspora University Trust, 1,500.
Yes.
All right. So apart from the vision, we actually have the land.
Yes.
So you could say, we can point to and say we have a starting point, and the starting point is going to be on this piece of property. Okay. Now, you've started the ball rolling.
Yes.
You've talked about a curriculum which you're developing, which in due course you'll present to the relevant authorities to determine whether it is suitable for the institution or not. Okay, 1. 2, from what I have listened to, you are still raising funds. Yes. You want to sell the vision and the idea so that those who are interested can participate. Have I understood that correctly?
Yes, it's the same thing. Let me just put just a small addition. The first thing that the first resource we created was which was created in the WPI. That was in WPI. We never approached it from let's get the land, let's work. I would not be in Kenya if we approach it that. We first of all said, why has Africa not developed? Why did the GDP of the US grow from 57 billion to the current 29 trillion? So that was what we sat down in the business school of the WPI with the professors and looked at it. Then we came up with the master development plan. So that master development plan is what now we led us to come to actually the county and say, this is the development plan that we want if instituted, can create 15,000 jobs, can develop this university, a hospital, or SMEs. We came to the county assembly. We utilized Article 185(4) of our Kenya Constitution for that to be passed. So by the time we got to the land, we were placing a whole development plan inside that land.
So the university, according to you, is a catalyst. You have a bigger plan than the university.
So we are developing a town, a university town. So it will have a university, it will have a hospital, it will have businesses. Right now, in the diaspora community right now, around 50 businesses. Dr. Idege in Boston, medicine and vaccine. We have ladies and a team of people who are working on the hospital system to be just about. So
all that is good.
Yes.
All that is good.
Yes.
What in all this is the particular investment or the particular idea that this thing is supposed to revolve around?
The part about in town development and university development, all of it, again is at the end of the day, it's who are the people who are going to be living there? Yes. What are they going to do every day?
But there are already people living. That is why there's a community that was able to give you the land.
Yes. But the key part about it is, as we are stating right now, there's once you go to, let's say, most communities even here, they are there. But they have the resources themselves. Like this community we have has the resources. But at the end of the day, if you ask the person, do you have enough money for food? They might say no. Do you have health care? No. And that's why we said the development plan that we worked in, the master development plan, is for developing those rights for those persons. So when the community put the land, all they are doing is saying, let's achieve the rights of ourselves by becoming the land becoming productive. Right. This plan changing the land to become productive so that it can meet the
if I may, just a second.
Yes, Prof.
The good one word I can explain what you're asking for. We are creating ecosystem, which is a model actually emerging from global development in education, economic, in the development, international development. There is an ecosystem. We are putting ecosystem in an empty. People are not living there. Creating infrastructure to produce, to leverage the land. It's sitting here for years.
Yes, we are making it productive. If I may, we at the top of the hour. You guys, as you go, the thing that I want you guys to think about is Kenya has 82.8% literacy rates. We produce millions of graduates every day. And if you look at the development plan for Kenya, it is industry that is the next development stage for Kenya. So maybe you can go think about it, and then when you come back next, we can have a conversation about those particular jobs and how to transform these societies.
Sadly, our time runs out too quickly. Dan Kamau, who is the Executive Trustee and Project Director of Diaspora University Town, and Professor Philip Utisia, Trustee and University Academic Founder, Diaspora University, have been our guests this hour. Thank you so much for being here this morning, and we look forward to the next conversation. Good morning. It's 8 a.m.
Thank you.
Wow. I didn't think we have that now.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The Independent Policing Oversight Authority has launched investigations into the discovery of the bodies of two Mulolongo men who were abducted last December. IPOA Chairman Isaac Hassan spoke on Thursday after Martin Mwau's body and that of Justus Mutumwa were found at City Mortuary after days of relentless searching for them and their counterpart Karani Mwema. The discovery came hours after Inspector General Police Douglas Kanja and the DCI boss Mohammed Amin appeared before Justice Chacha Mwita and denied holding any of the Mlolongo Three. Hassan said the mysterious disappearance of the Mlolongo Three was one of several cases of abductions that the authority was looking into.
We have just learned with the shock the discovery of the body of Justus Mutumwa, one of the missing Mlolongo men. He was found dead. The family lawyer, Senior Counsel Dan Manzo, has confirmed the body was discovered in Rwai and moved to City Mortuary in Nairobi. This is, of course, part of the list of people whom IPO was investigating, those who were abducted. And we have now sent our rapid response team to go to the mortuary and find out from more.
Meanwhile, the discovery of the bodies of the two men has sparked outrage among Kenyans, with the Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo calling on the police to come out clean on the matter.
The fact that the Inspector General of Police and also the Director of the DCI can come to court and tell the court they have no idea, yet this was being done and fingerprints were taken, identified yesterday, it either means that they are not talking to each other, or they do not have control of their different agencies within the National Police Service.
The Kenya Judges and Magistrates Association has decried the intimidation of the judiciary through social media platforms. The president of the association, Stephen Radito, said the attacks are intended to weaken and ultimately destroy the institution of the judiciary. In a statement, Radito noted that several petitions have been lodged with the Judicial Service Commission seeking the removal of a number of judges. He regretted that some of the petitioners and their proxies were prosecuting the petitions on social media. 200,000 young people have benefited from the government's labour mobility program, according to Deputy President Kithure Kindiki. While making the announcement on Thursday, Kindiki said the government has signed MOUs with other countries including Saudi Arabia, Austria, Germany, Qatar and the UAE to broaden the program. He added that negotiations were ongoing with other countries including Bahrain, Angola, Canada and Serbia to facilitate the same. The DP, who spoke at his official current residence where he chaired an interministerial meeting on youth employment, defended government efforts to find overseas jobs for Kenyans. He urged job seekers to take advantage of the initiative.
It is better for someone to work anywhere than for someone to remain here unemployed. We struggle as much as possible to create jobs here, but those that are yet to be employed here and get an opportunity out there should go and work through the labor mobility program. We are not sending them away. We just encourage them to work anywhere and always be free to invest here and to return to their country.
Agriculture CS Mutahi Kagwe has officially launched the nationwide livestock vaccination campaign. Speaking on Thursday during the exercise in Laikipia North, Kagwe allayed fears about the safety of the vaccines.
What sort of leadership would we be? What sort of people would we be if we would tell people to use something that we have not checked, that we have not certified, that we are not happy with? Siasa upande moja, fitina upande moja, ukweli upande moja. Ukweli ni kwamba chanjo liko hapa, na sababu gani tunasema wewe uchanje ng'ombe zako? Hii ni maisha yenu jameni. Ni maisha yenu, wajua serikali haina ng'ombe.
The aviation world is struggling to understand how a deadly mid-air collision between a passenger plane and a military helicopter was able to happen in what one expert described as the most controlled bit of airspace in the world. A U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter with a crew of 3 collided with an American Airlines jet carrying 64 people seconds before the passenger aircraft was due to land at the Washington National Airport. Both aircraft were sent careering into the icy Potomac River on Wednesday night. The exact cause of the crash remains unknown. Officials will release a preliminary report within 30 days, according to the National Transportation Safety Board, which is leading the investigation. That's the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.5 Spice FM, Kisumu.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away. Delamere.
Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in the moment.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop. your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger Show on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Are you ready to unleash your creativity and dive into the dynamic world of media? Then listen up. At Standard Talanta Academy, a collaboration between Talanta Institute and Standard Group, we are redefining the rules of the game. With our Media Mastery course, you'll embark on a journey that goes beyond the ordinary. From TV and film production, photography to digital journalism, our curriculum is designed to equip you with the skills needed to thrive in today's media landscape. But we are not just about theory, we are about action. Our hands-on approach means you will be creating, producing, and innovating from day one. And with Standard Group, home to KTN, Radio Maisha, SpiceFM, and the Standard newspaper, you'll have unparalleled access to industry expertise and real-world opportunities. So, if you're ready to turn your passion into profit, join us at Standard Talanta Academy and unlock your full potential. Visit www.talanta.ac.ke or call 0724 468 468 for more information. Standard Talanta Academy. Unleash creativity.
All right, a quick look at what's happening on the roads this morning. Quick one on the Thika Superhighway. We've seen a lot of traffic. Interestingly enough, a lot for Friday as you come into the city, coming in from Githurai. That's pretty heavy from what we see. Also, traffic on Kiambu Road and coming in from Gigiri. We'll see some of that. And also, let's take a quick look at the Southern Bypass where we had seen some traffic earlier and it was clogging up just a tad as you're trying to approach Langata Road, but that seems to have reduced significantly. So, okay for that. Magadi Road, some traffic, as well as traffic. Well, there it is. Still some traffic on Gong Road as well. Langata Road has some traffic as you're getting towards Aerodrome, and that's bumper to bumper. Jogo Road, I think will do after some time. Outer Ring also in through towards North Airport Road and then out towards the Thika Superhighway. Still pretty busy, and we are in traffic hour this Friday. Let's talk SpiceFM KE on X hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock and into the third hour of Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And we're looking at getting into our Healthy Friday conversation this morning. Every Friday we do that. And today, I think it's going to be quite an interesting one because we've always been able to look at some of the issues that affect us on a daily and affect a lot of people on a daily basis, but then look into them with more detail. And even as we do that today, I have to remind you that the KCB Foundation 2G program is connecting young people between the ages of 18 and 35 with skills and talents they need and matching them with opportunity into the business world or into the job market. So 1 million people get into the job market every year. Unfortunately, many of them don't have the skills that they need to be able to do these jobs. And so KCB Foundation, under the 2G program, says, let's be the connect for you. Let's train you for 6 months, finish you off with a toolkit to get into the area that you're interested in, and top that off with a micro grant that allows you to start your business properly. It's been done for over 150,000 young people in the country so far and climbing. You can learn more information about this www.kcbgroup.foundation and get to know how you can be part part of the program today. All right. We're looking at an opportunity to talk about migraines and what they do or do not do. And joining us this hour is Dr. Mahendra Singh, who is the founder and neurosurgeon at Nairobi Neurocare, and we'll be looking at revolutionary approaches in treating nerve pain and migraines. Dr. Singh, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Very well, thank you. And welcome to the Situation Room.
Thank you.
And good to have you here today.
Same here.
Want to welcome you with today's proverb, a proverb from around the country, actually around the continent. CT will tell you what that is, and then maybe you can translate that for us and tell us how you would interpret that.
Yeah.
Our proverbs for the whole of this week have been from the United Republic of Tanzania.
Mm-hmm.
Today's proverb, maybe my canoe is bigger than yours, but the sea is the same. If there is no fish, both of us go hungry.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
what do you think?
You have agreed that it is true. What you have? I like this doctor. Yeah. He has interpreted and told us it is true.
It is true. You know, with so much of business at the clinic,
Yes.
I have learned to talk very specific.
Yes.
And don't go into proverbs. When we were getting trained in the neurosurgery, so when we used to take history, then my professor would say, don't use adjectives.
Don't describe. What is your opinion, though? What do you think this proverb means?
No, definitely it's about the survival, mutual survival, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And although you've taken me by surprise, because I'm still stunned by the morning thing that I had to go through.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was in a different mindset running. I planned I'll come here at 7:30. And then, and then I found I have to go to my daughter's school. And then, so I think we need to coexist with each other. And we have to work for each other. So if you say, if I work for you, you work for me, and that's how it works.
Yeah. Good.
Absolutely.
I hope I did well.
No, you did very well. It's better than the yes. You say. It is true.
It is true. Indeed, Dr. So even as we get into this and we're looking at, some things that we hear it all the time. Oh, I have a migraine.
Yes.
I've had a migraine. Oh my goodness, my head has been, banging for the last couple of days. It seems to be something that a lot more people over the last, over recent time have complained about much more than before. I mean, where are we with this? First of all, can we start with that migraine and what are we defining a migraine as?
Although with our new treating methods, I completely reject the ideas of migraine because it's a very old definition and it's a kind of wrong way of looking at it. And this we could start only about 5 years back. Before that, I used to think that headache is something where we cannot cure it and we only have to manage it. And then management of lifestyle and this and that was the case. And then gradually we started working on it. We came across patients and first to put the data across is that migraine or headache is considered as third biggest neurological issue in the world. But I consider this one of the biggest because this is so benign that most of the doctors and most of the medical institutions do not have specialized headache clinics. They because it's just like a general treatment. And when they say third largest, the first is stroke, second is epilepsy, and third is headache. But I think it is underreported because you usually don't go with headaches to hospitals as much as you go for a stroke or as much as you go for epilepsy. So I believe it's underreported. It should be the number one neurological disorder. And it has also been measured that this is going to increase by millions in forthcoming years because so many people have got now difficulties with automation coming in And, the entire industries will change and will be replaced. So people don't know how to find themselves into these changing scenarios. And they might be more independent. So headaches are going to increase. And with corporate world growth, where people are target-oriented, they have severe migraines. I have one of the worst stories where a patient came to me persistently weeping when she was telling me her headache history and saying that I had headache for 24 years, a daily headache. And because of headache, she was working in a mall in Qatar, and she was well paid there, and she could not join the job. She had a lot of absenteeism. So she was actually thrown away from the job. She came back, so husband got angry and said, you couldn't do a job, so he divorced. And then she thought that so much is happening. She actually sold her property and went to United States and UK at various centers, finished all her money, and she came back with no results. And that's when we cured her about 2 years back, and now her headache is 95% gone. And during these episodes, she could not face her children because she would shout and she would weep and she wanted a lonely, dark room. So as we delved deep into it, we realized that so many people have, divorced just because of headaches.
Yeah.
Persistent headaches. Like
right.
Now I have people who had 65 years of headache.
60 years of a headache every day.
Yes.
So what are we talking about here when we talk about the pain meter?
So
and if you're saying 1 meter, to 10 being the worst,
yes,
are we talking about severe pain every day for
every
this?
Day.
What kind of pain?
On an average, the pain meter, as you say, we call as visual analog score, which is 1 to 10. And in this score, average patient who comes to me has got a score of 7 to 9. And as I was telling earlier, why don't I believe in migraine theory? Is migraine says that your headaches are coming from inside your cranium, means skull. And skull is inhabited by brain and blood vessels. So it was hypothesized that the nerves, very tiny nerves around the blood vessels of the brain are the ones which are the culprit. Because brain as such is not sensitive to pain. And then there were theories that there is a first phase, second phase, third phase. But then they said that when you do a CT scan or MRI, it should be normal. So isn't it a great paradox that you're saying it's coming from here, but you should not see anything there? Right? So this is why I rejected. And so one day a patient walked into my clinic and he said, I hear you cut nerves. So we cut nerves for cerebral palsy patients who are very tight, they have spasticity and all that. So I said, yes, I do. Then he said, why don't you cut my headache nerve? If there is a nerve. I said, of course there are nerves which they conduct the pain sensation into your brain. So he said, just cut it. I said, but I never done it. So then I just applied my mind and I said, why can't we call headaches as neuralgias? Because neuralgia means one specific nerve is irritated because of a compression or maybe an adjacent blood vessel is riding over it. And then, so there is something called trigeminal neuralgia, which we have been operating since last 20 years. I have been operating those. And so I searched and I found there were 8 such cases reported in which patient had this particular headache of only one nerve. And when it was cut, everyone had 100% result. So I cut it. And that was 4 years back. And
so do I hear you to be saying that when one refers to a severe headache as a migraine, they may actually be wrong in categorizing that headache as a migraine?
I call them now as scalp cranium or out of the skull. So and we can put our finger on them. Yeah. So I would call them as scalp neuralgias. I have developed an entire system of grading these headaches. And I have patients who have so much pain. If I press one particular nerve on their head, their pain can go all the way to their leg. So it seems highly unlikely, but now I'm discussing this on scientific forum that nerves, even if they are not closely connected in the entire nervous system, are communicating so far. And I have videos of such patients.
So what we're saying, therefore, is that when somebody says they have a headache, which is their way of describing the pain that they feel, that this pain, no, let me backtrack, that the genesis of this pain can actually be identified.
Yes, very
and if it can be identified, it means something can be done to either reduce it or eliminate it completely.
Exactly. We can pinpoint from where the pain is coming. And now we have also developed the entire theory, and although it was proven about in 2014, so the thing is, people who have got migraine, it usually starts from very early age. And mostly these people are born with some abnormal nerves. By abnormal I mean that like we have electrical wires and they all are insulated. So when they are insulated, in brain we have nerves which are insulated by something called as myelin. Contrary to an electric wire where the conduction of information goes deep inside, in the nerves it goes on the surface of it. And so this, if there is an abnormal myelination or abnormal insulation, then a normal sensation, general sensation, is converted into pain sensation. And this keeps on going and it starts involving more and more nerves. So it starts from one particular nerve, then it goes to other branches, because all of them communicate under the skin and inside the brain.
All the nerves communicate.
Yes.
So when one nerve has been sensitized to experience what we call pain, it tells the other nerve that is experiencing pain.
It tells them that shout with me.
Okay.
It also, it asks them
because
to circle.
yes, because pain is basically a safety mechanism.
Yes.
Right. So if you have got a heart attack, impending heart attack, or impending brain hemorrhage, we get a headache or a chest pain. So pain has got a survival value. But in such, so what happens that this abnormal sensation, which is pain, would always like to intensify if it's not taken care of. So it involves more nerves.
So when it involves more nerves, it now has your attention.
Yes.
And it's telling you, you really need to do something about
this.
this.
Yes, exactly.
Dr. From what I'm hearing, and perhaps from your studies, how much of the migraine percentage in the world is exactly caused by this? Is this the main cause of migraine?
So that's why I said that now, although I speak migraine because people understand migraine, because migraine has been in textbooks and everywhere. But now I've seen more than 1,500 patients in the last 4 years and cured more than 600 patients who submitted to my methods. And we have all of them cured, including the people, like there was one patient who had a removal of mandible, which is the jaw, and then you do a radiotherapy. So the nerves of the face and head are connected. So because of radiotherapy, a lot of these nerves were half burnt. And so they were paining, and he used to take 7 morphine tablets a day. Apart from this, he was taking 4 additional painkillers. And I cured him within 2 weeks, just 2 sittings.
So when we're looking at the causal effect of these severe headaches,
yes.
I've heard that there are environmental triggers that would then give you a prolonged severe headache, which many have called migraines, which you said myalgia.
Neuralgia.
Okay. Now, if there could be environmental factors, but what we're saying is that there are nerve factors here, what are the issues that are causing that compression, for example? If the compression is in the jaw, or if the compression is in a different part, what causes that? Because there must be something, or is it just natural inclination for the nerves to do what they do, to press?
I would go rather deep for this. That there was a very beautiful pain theory. Once we found some centers in the brain, the highest center for sensory information, the highest center for motor execution in the brain, we were always looking for a pain center in the brain. And then we were thinking that the day we find this pain center, we can manipulate it. Maybe we can do a radiation to it. We can do a specific radiotherapy or cyber knife. And actually it was tried in India. In Delhi, from where I come, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and they were doing it while I was doing these very basic things. So the theory is that everyone has got a emotional pain mechanism. It depends upon how they were growing, what's their life condition, and we will never find a pain structure in our brain, right? it's something like a 3D around you. So how do you feel a certain emotion? And how do you react to it? And then based on that, you can generate a tension in your mind, which will affect your musculature. Okay? And this musculature, so when you are tense, your muscles become tight.
Yes.
When muscles become tight, there are a lot of blood vessels, micro blood vessels going through your muscles, fibers, and they will get occluded. So now this entire muscle has got low oxygen. Any muscle with low oxygen causes massive pain, like a heart attack. It's pain of low oxygen in the muscles of the heart. So some people who are tense, they will have tight muscles in their head. So it will aggravate the headache. But mostly it will come from the trigger of headache where they're congenitally, they had abnormal nerves. Right? So people did Botox for such headaches. Because when you do Botox, the muscle gets paralyzed. When muscle gets paralyzed, it releases oxygen. So there is a first bout of relief. And then when patients are coming to a doctor and paying, and then there is something also called as placebo effect, that also works. So it partially worked. And partially worked because it started, its recovery started, and then they believe that, yes, I went to a doctor, I got a treatment. So there is a positive belief in people that, yes, I've got a treatment, this is the best treatment, Botox injection is going to work. So it gives it, but it was partial. Now the problem is there was irritated nerve, which irritated the muscle in an irritated person who already had tight muscles, right? So rather go to the nerve and block it so that it doesn't give wrong information, which is pain. So then the muscle will get relaxed. And so, recently, I met my wife in 1992. And ever since she had headache.
After meeting you, she got headaches?
Yes. My effect was so instant. That was a good one. So even that day she had headache. Then I realized every day she takes a painkiller. And it reminded by my mom. And so first I thought I am the common factor between the two. But I realized that there are so many people who have got daily headaches. And I never knew what to do, but I had this personal motivation then. And it was only till last December, when I've treated so many patients, I told my wife that, let me block your nerves. And she said, I have, because we are living in different countries. So, and kids are also in different countries. So she said, my is an emotional trigger. And your injection is not going to work on me. I said, it will work on you. Because first you have abnormal nerves. So it took me 3 years to convince my own family about this thing. And I blocked that. And now it's 2 months, for the first time, 2 pain-free months in her life that she's not feeling pain. And then she believed this is not coming from emotional triggers. So I believe primary trigger is in the nerves. It is accentuated by your life conditions, which is more muscle tension.
The thing that I'm finding intriguing is the abnormal nerves. Do we understand what it is that makes them abnormal? And when we say abnormal, what is it that they do that is contrary to what they should be doing?
So there was a doctor in USA. He started taking biopsy of patients who had a very long-term headache. He started taking biopsy of them. He took their electron microscopy, and then he found that there is an entire abnormal structure of these nerves, which is giving abnormal sensation. Right? Then he went on to doing the dead body dissections, because in US you usually go to only few hospitals and then your records are maintained. So they found out, or they informed the hospitals, that when the patients of lifetime headache die, we need to dissect their scalp. And then they found that there are a lot of tension bands across the nerves, or sometimes a blood vessel is piercing a nerve. Now blood vessel is something which is very tortuous. So when it pulsates 70, 80 times a minute, and if it is going through a nerve or on the nerve, it is rubbing and it is expanding the nerve. Okay, it is hitting the nerve 70, 80 times a minute. So it creates an inflammation in the nerve. And that nerve wants to get rid of this external pressure. So it starts gathering, it starts stimulating other nerves. And that's what it does. But now, another thing that I would say, whenever patients of long-term headache went to a doctor, and if they said, you basically have a depression, that's a killer statement. I have seen so many people, once you label them with a psychiatric disorder, they are bound to live it. Understand, if I tell you that you have anger issues,
they will live the diagnosis.
Or you have underlying depression which even you don't know, now they start justifying that thing with everything which is happening around them. Right?
You know, Doc, as I got my first migraine in Form 3, and my trigger was my eyes. And for as long as I can remember, everywhere I went, I had painkillers. 3-4 years ago, total daily unimaginable pain. 6 morphine tablets, normal day. To this day, every night I have to take flunarizone and other medicines, I forget their names. And as Daktari is speaking, I'm almost asking him to treat me right now.
Yeah, I'm ready.
because it is such a painful experience. So let's talk practically. How accessible is this treatment? Is it? Do we need millions? Do we need? Is it something that is accessible?
It's very, very accessible. It's very accessible, so accessible, and I am wondering why the doctors are not practicing it. So when I went into, and we have some national institutions in India which do great work, and I met my immediate senior, who is now a very senior professor and in charge of CyberKnife in Delhi.
CyberKnife?
Yeah, CyberKnife is kind of a radiotherapy which decides, it has got a sub-millimeter precision. If it wants to radiate a very tiny part of brain, it can do it.
It's specific.
Very, very specific.
Yes.
So this is used now to treat brain tumors which are deeply seated. So he did a presentation as in an international conference that we are doing CyberKnife on thalamus, which is the highest center for pain. And I'm thinking that, oh my God, we are doing such a big thing when it just needs a needle in the skin. So I told him, if you do CyberKnife, it is at least $3,000 of surgery or procedure in India. And right now we just got in KUTRH, we got a CyberKnife here. And it requires a very specific person to operate. And if I can train, it's so easy to do things, And so I said, I'm doing such a simple thing. And then they called me in India, and I did a presentation which is available on YouTube. And after that, almost 40 doctors were around me. They were like neuroanesthesiologists and neurosurgeons, and thinking, why no one is thinking like this?
Yeah.
More important than that is that the doctors need to take it so seriously that they actually go on to explain 40 minutes to a patient.
Yeah.
This is the problem, and you need injections, or you need a nerve stimulator. It's very simple. But that determination will come only by passion. That's what I realized in past 4 years. Most of my, like last day I was 9:30 p.m. I was in my clinic and I did 5 blocks. But to get that result, I had to spend about 250 minutes. So it's a very slow process. And in fact, in the curriculum, neurosurgery headache is not even taught. But it's very easy to dispense. And practically everyone can have it.
Okay.
Right. It can be industrialized,
yes.
I would say.
Okay. Let's take a break at this point and we'll come back. We're looking at dealing with and essentially treating migraines and nerve pain this morning with Dr. Mahendra Singh. And our Healthy Friday conversation is around that. And we'll come back and continue looking to more of the symptoms and then more of the treatment and what folks should actually look out for. It is now 24 minutes to 9 o'clock. We'll come back right after this.
This is the Situation Room, the only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
Sunny conditions in Nairobi at 17 and into Nakuru 15 and sunny, 16 and sunny in Nyeri with sunny conditions at 16 in Eldoret. Mombasa is sunny at 27 and at 27 it's also sunny in Malindi. 21 and Kisumu is sunny with highs of 29, while Kakamega at 20 is sunny as well. Kampala is sunny at 21 with highs of 29, while Dar es Salaam at 27 is sunny going to highs of 33. Johannesburg at 23, sunny going to highs of 32, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny with highs of 31. Addis Ababa at 13 is sunny with highs of 23. And it's mostly clear at 27 in Lagos with highs of 33. And Kinshasa is sunny at 24, going to highs of 33.
Spice up your life.
Okay, so just reduce traffic on the Thika Superhighway now as you get towards Survey, just past Survey is where you'll see this. And on Kiambu Road as well, busy. We're looking at traffic coming in on Kiambu Road as well as on Lower Kabete through towards Spring Valley. So that traffic is bumper to bumper as you get behind Sarit Centre now trying to find your way through to the city. Also, we're looking at a little bit of traffic on Gong Road as you get to your junctions. It's going to slow down just a little bit. Whatever is going on the Southern Bypass, we do not know, but there is some traffic there. It's touching on Langata Road, and as you get off of Magadi Road towards the junction, it's bumper to bumper. Coming in from Gong Road before that, it's busy. That's coming in from Karen and then trying to find your way out towards the city. So we're still in traffic hour this Friday, trying to keep things moving. Help us out. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
21 minutes to 9 o'clock, and our Healthy Friday conversation this morning is with Dr. Mahendra Singh, who is a neurosurgeon, and we're looking specifically at nerve pain and migraine. CT, you did have a question.
Yes, I did, because what I'm hearing is doing a tumble turn on what those of us who anecdotally understand certain conditions, just not from our own experience, but from what we think we have heard and learnt. You're saying an injection. What does this injection contain, and what is it that it does to your nerve endings or nerves, so that what the sensation you have lived with as pain now actually goes away? What is it?
Yeah, so its injection is basically just a nerve block. We call them as sodium channel blockers. Sodium channel blockers, because sodium is the basic thing which transmits an information from point A to point B, or from skin to brain. Okay.
Sodium as in simple salt?
Yeah, it's like just a local anesthetic. So it's nothing great about the injection.
That's what I'm saying. Sodium reminds me of salt. So you're saying?
Yes. The whole of the body runs on sodium and potassium.
The entire body?
Everything.
So essentially, if I were to look at Mark and call him potassium, I would not be insulting him. I'd be speaking to part of what he is.
I tend to say I'm very reactive.
No, I have left the sodium out. I'm only calling you potassium, yes.
So basically the thing is that when one nerve was irritated, or because of whatever reason, maybe there was a congenital defect, or there was a congenital tissue band which was pressing it, or there's a blood vessel. In all of these cases, this nerve involved all the other nerves, okay? And a generalized headache started, but it can be traced to few points. And if you know the map of the nerve in the scalp. And the idea is just to stop it. And although I'm a surgeon, so I wanted to just cut the nerves, right? That was my interest. And so I started popularizing it and started talking more with my patients. Once I cut one nerve, and then next I got was a 15-year-old girl who was going into inter-school competition in University of Yale. And 9 months she had daily headache. And then when she came to me, I said, we have tried everything. Nothing is working. So that was a time when I was still understanding what's going on here. So when I checked her nerves, all the nerves were paining. And then now I was in a tizzy that which nerve should I cut? And then it was just 2 days before she would leave for US. So I said, okay, right now let me block the nerves. And just like a Hollywood scene where, you know, a hero is running after a villain in a crowd, you shoot. And every innocent person would, you know, duck. Only the villain will be standing there. So I thought if I'll anesthetize all the nerves, I'll find the offender.
Yes, and did you?
But then, now it is 4 years, she's still okay. And that was a magic. And then I started understanding that maybe I was going to Eldoret for my New Year celebration. And I found that, unfortunately, there was a very bad accident and someone passed away. So much of crowd was there, but as soon as the police came, everyone ran away from there. So it's like there is one offender now. He's telling others to, you know, inform the brain. Join me. The moment you cut that information off, they forget about that nerve and they do their jobs.
Doctor, I need to ask this. When a nerve exists for a purpose in the body, when you cut it, you eliminate it. So if there's a function it was performing, are we then deficient of one function because this particular nerve has been cut?
No. So I have done 3 surgeries now, first of all. And surgeries are required very less in the first place, as per my experience. And this is not written in the books which I read. The guy who revolutionized this thing. So basically I wanted that, okay, surgery is the only option or the best option, and it has got 98% success rates. So when I am doing this, then I am also understanding one thing is that there are 10 nerves, main nerves, which will supply
in the human
scalp.
Body.
No, in the scalp.
The scalp.
In the human body, there are thousands. And then they make such a massive network of very tiny nerves. It's like maybe a sewerage system, so you can have very tiny gutters in a locality. They all join and they go.
There's the main.
Yeah. So now we are going the reverse. Okay, so from main nerves, a lot of branches will be there. They all communicate with each other, and then they will start giving information to each other. So if you're cutting one nerve, nothing is happening because there's so many sensory nerves which will take the function over. So particularly for this reason, there is nothing that we are losing.
What does a surgery do essentially that will, because if we're talking about nerve compression in certain parts, if we look at a little bit into the detail of what exactly the surgery does that would stop this from happening in the future, there wouldn't be a recompression because you don't take out the whole nerve.
So even before doing a surgery, we have to decide which patient we have to do surgery.
Okay.
These are the patients who would say that I have got pain only at one particular zone or point, because every nerve has got its own area. It's a very well-defined area. It's fairly constant in all of us human beings. So they will come and say that, okay, I have got pain in my right side temple region. Like I had a very senior official from World Food Program from South Sudan, and he had to be flown to Uganda every 2 months with massive headache. And then they give him some treatment, they admit him in the hospital. And so this patient with a single pain, I realized that, and then he lives far away, I can't do medicine on them, right? So I offered him a surgery because mostly there is something which is teasing this nerve. So usually there is a blood vessel or there is a tension band. So you have to go and explore there. And you free that nerve, or you separate the blood vessel from the nerve, or if it's a small nerve, you can just cut it. And it will have more than, so now we assure people of 95% plus of success with our first sitting. So basically when you do surgeries, you're exploring and you're finding if there is something which is compressing and you relieve it.
Right. Okay. I want to come back to the environmental factors that may affect, or other physiological issues that could bring about that these migraines or these severe headaches that we're talking about? And then I'm going to ask another question kind of like in relation to that. How would you know that what you're suffering from then is not as a result of just this physiological issue that needs to be sorted out, or that you actually do have this, almost permanent compression? Because there are people who will talk about having eaten a certain thing and that is a trigger for them and they get this particular headache. I too, when I was much younger, then had the severe headaches. You have to be in a dark room for days. But this was now later that my ophthalmologist said it was because of my eye and my retinal issues. After then, I started seeing visual aids. My migraines disappeared. Haven't had a migraine maybe in 10 years, except, 1 or 2 here and there. So how do you then know that, or how do you then separate the two? If there's another physiological, some people will have a migraine that is associated with a bacterial infection, for example, that they may have. How then are you then able to separate the two?
See, as a neurosurgeon, we first have to think of real organic life-threatening causes of headache, like there can be aneurysm, brain tumor, increase in water pressure and those kind of things. But when we talk, and I'm talking to the patients for the last 25 years, we also realize that patient has got, they are more labile, they are more prone to psychological tensions. But even if you have psychological tension, so as I was talking earlier about the pain theory, that based on your psychology, your pain works, basically when we say, what is the behavior? So I can put it so beautifully in a neurological definition. It's either a contraction of a muscle or secretion of a gland. And I'll give you time to think, whatever emotion you want to put onto this, and it can be explained. You want to shout? Contraction of muscle, right? You want to weep? Contraction of muscle as well as secretion of a gland. Anything you put into it. So even if you want to express your behavior, even with your psychological tensions, you eventually need a muscle and a gland. Am I correct? To contract a muscle, you need a nerve. Correct? Right? So all of these things are interrelated. So every person with their inherent tensions, they still have a very peculiar behavior. Or like people who say that I have got tension. Like if I'm awake beyond 2 p.m., my left side occipital muscle is going to contract and it gives me a left-sided occipital headache. And I want to cut that now myself, but I can't and I'm not finding a doctor who can do it for me. So because it's such a new concept. So environmental factors, they definitely work, but eventually the executor is what I'm talking of. These nerves and nerves, the nerves is basically, it's a cycle. It is a sensory and a motor cycle, and it works in a closed circuit. So a sensory nerve and a motor nerve and a muscle or a gland, they are working in a cycle which cannot be broken. So even if there is like a tension to someone, it will trigger the headache because the muscle was tight and it gave a hypoxia or a low oxygen to the muscle and it triggered pain, and then nerve took it further because there was a congenital issue. That's how the cycle grows.
So 2 questions. You said there is an injection, then there is surgery. Are these covered by insurance?
I don't think so, because these are the things that I learned from few textbooks, and then I started my own thing. Like there is no gradation system of headache, which I have now created. Because I have patients who also had cervical spondylosis, but somehow it is connected to headache now, chronic headache. Some patient, if I pressed one particular nerve, it started vertigo in that patient, which was classified as vertiginous migraine. And then there was no treatment for it. So I have also heard a very senior neurologist telling someone that go to your people, because we can't treat you. And I didn't understand. I'm still new in Kenya. So what do you mean by go to your people? So basically resorting to old therapies, the conventional therapies in the tribe. So those kind of things. But it was surprising. So each day is a finding for me as well, is that when I'm pressing particular nerve, and why this patient is getting a pain in his hand, because they are not supposed to be connected, but the pain jumps through pain stations
When you say they're not to be connected, you are referring to knowledge that you had acquired previously and knowledge that had been taught to you.
Yes.
Okay? I am assuming that this knowledge that has existed from an empirical perspective, meaning some thinking, some research had gone into it, and a body of evidence was then provided from which you could deduce that this equals this.
Exactly.
And you're now saying that your practice is telling you something different because you're thinking about it and saying, I see this working this way. But then when I try this, I find that the textbooks didn't quite cover this thing that I am
They
now.
were far away from reality. I'll give an example. They said inside your brain, there's a blood vessel which is called carotid artery, internal carotid artery, its branches. So when initial phase of headache, and this is described in few of the best books of pharmacology, that there is a carbon dioxide tension and then there is a low oxygen, and then first the blood vessels contract because of these nerves, and then they suddenly dilate because there is a prolonged low oxygen, and now there is a carbon dioxide which is increasing in the brain. So now they are dilating, and that's why you get pulsatile headache. So they said initial phase, to increase the carbon dioxide, you should actually breathe yourself, meaning you take a poly bag and then you breathe into it in the initial phase of headache, and the headache will abort. I tried, it didn't happen. So, so these kind of theories were given, and now we know that when the headache is too much, it's basically everything is happening in your scalp, not in your brain. Right.
Look, we've got a few minutes. As someone who's definitely going to do this, because trust me, suffering does not feel good. What are the contraindications, side effects, things that possibly someone should be aware before they make a choice to do either the injections or cutting the nerves? Because my nerves, you can have all of them, by the way.
They're giving more harm than
I don't need them.
No, you would come and I can cure you with a 95% assurance with first sitting. With second sitting, I'm saying 99.9%. I had people, several of them, they would say, I don't want to live with this headache. Even my wife used to say, just cut my headache and throw it away. Because there's so much of pain, and where do we go with this? Right? And first of all, with these injections, there are no side effects at all. Right? I have made PowerPoint presentations and everything, got so much extra length to convince people that the needle that we use is as good as the insulin needle. In fact, I'm using the insulin needle. Because if you touch your own head, you can't go far. It's just a skin there, and very tiny strap muscles are there, which are very, very thin. And tiny nerves, they are barely 1 millimeter, 1.5 millimeter. Right, but they're extremely sensitive.
Yeah.
So it takes just a few millimeters to reach there and block them. And of course, it requires a certain philosophy and an approach, which I have learned over the last 5 years. And now we know that there are no side effects at all. Earlier, I mean, because the dose is so tiny, it doesn't even go properly into blood and cause reaction. There are no local reactions to these injections. These are very safe drugs for at least now 50 years, which we are using. Usually it's a single drug. So there is no side effect at all. It's just that I have now known, because I'm I operate brain tumors. I was supposed to operate brain tumor today. People are more ready to undertake a brain surgery than to take a needle on the head. So
why? From what you see, why is that?
People have crazy fear for a needle. Crazy fear. I've gone to an extent, one day I thought, why there is so much of fear regarding a needle? And so I drew my own blood just to think that, why does it cause so pain? It didn't cause me pain. And then it realized, my dad is also a doctor, so when he used to give us an injection, there was a fear of unknown, that when it will enter inside, right? But when I was injecting myself into my vein, I knew I'm doing it.
Yeah.
So I'm expecting a pain there. And just then that you're knowing it, the pain reduces. So we are now talking, initially there were a lot of, now the success rates is so much that we can do it even 5 in a day, like I did yesterday. And because now I got patients from Dubai, Boston. Boston is from where modern neurosurgery started. And I have videos of these patients. That I was called by someone that you can cure my headache. And he was going to top neuro hospitals of Boston. And so he traveled here 1 year. He is having severe daily headache. Completely
Do you
cured
have
by
consent
just
from your patients to video record them?
Sorry?
Do you have
Yeah,
consent?
they know. We
know.
don't use them public.
Yes.
We never use them public. It's just to convince another patient. Yeah. So definitely we take the consent. Yeah.
The thing that I am still not certain about is everything you've told us arises from patients that you've had. Are there other doctors who've had similar experience to yours? Meaning, is there a body of evidence that supports what you're saying beyond your own experience?
No one is practicing this. In fact, I challenge my patients, go to 5 neurologists or neurosurgeons. Don't say anything. Let them treat the way you are treating. If someone examines like me, or if someone tells what I'm telling, I will afford your treatment there. Right? Because, I mean, see, I have headaches. Sometimes it happens very severely at one point. And it's only one nerve I know, and it's worth cutting. I am convinced about myself. I can't go to anyone else. And it's not that it's very difficult science. We have great neurologists and neurosurgeons in this city. The thing is, no one takes that headache so seriously. All neurosurgeons are treating headache by hindsight. It is never taught in the textbooks. What we learn is headache coming from a particular organic reason, maybe accumulation of a blood or accumulation of water or some underlying thing. If that's normal, that's where most of the people stop.
What would you advise folks who may have the severe pain and it's been for a prolonged period of time and maybe haven't really gone in, but they're taking, over-the-counter medication? What would you advise for them to do?
Come to Nairobi Neurocare today. And I can cure you. Yes, with 95% surety. Because now we have so many patients that we have seen, all kind of patients, vertigo patients. Only one patient I found was not getting relief from anything we did. We gave medicine, we gave meditation, we gave nerve blocks, everything was not working on him. So I don't want to play God here.
Yeah.
You can never be. In fact, the more you practice, the more humble you become.
Indeed.
But actually, with headache, I believe more and more awareness is required among doctors because this treatment can be industrialized because it needs industrialization. It requires spread. I am getting patients from Tanzania and Uganda and Boston and Qatar and Dubai. That means that people are not getting treated there. So, in fact, when I presented in Delhi, I expected more calls coming to me for training. But probably they are more interested in some other things. Similar, someday we'll discuss. I've also applied the theory of pain, which I learned from headache, on spinal pain. And the number of surgeries that I'm doing now has drastically gone down.
I hear you.
Yeah, so someday we'll discuss about that. Today is all for headache.
Exactly.
It's too complex, by the way. But the treatment is very, very easy. And you will be seeing the growth of Nairobi Neurocare in next few years, because now more and more people are actually taking it, and once they realize it's just 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it can be sorted.
Yes.
Dr. Mahendra Singh is a neurosurgeon, and we've been talking about nerve pain and migraines this morning. Thank you for your insights, and of course, always great to have these conversations on Healthy Friday. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good morning. It's 9:01.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. Roads Principal Secretary Joseph Mbugwa is among 3 public officers summoned by the Commission on Administrative Justice or Office of the Ombudsman for failing to respond to inquiries. Also summoned are Jack Mogara, who's the Nyamira County Secretary and Head of Public Service, and Abdullahi Banticha, who's Isiolo County's Executive Committee Member for Finance and Economic Planning. The Ombudsman stated that the summon was prompted by by the public officers' neglect to address complaints lodged against their department. They are expected to appear for questioning, disclosure of information, production of documents, and examination on Tuesday next week. The heavy rains pounding Nairobi and parts of the highlands east of the Rift Valley, including Nyeri, are expected to subside today. The director of the Kenya Meteorological Service, David Gikungu, who spoke at the close of the 10th National Climate Outlook Forum in Garissa County, said we'll continue with the dry spell into the March to May season. Gikungu said that parts of western Kenya and the Lake Basin region could continue having rains into the long rain season, which begins in the last week of March to May. According to the March-April-May forecast, below average rainfall is expected over the northeastern Kenya as well as the north coast. Nyanza Regional Coordinator Flora Moroa has urged residents in flood-prone areas to move to higher grounds as the region continues to receive heavy rains. Moroa emphasized the need for the residents to be vigilant given that more than 5,000 people were displaced in Kisumu County alone due to floods last year.
I want to caution our people, because the rains are here with us once more, to be very vigilant so that we do not lose lives, because you see, one life lost is really a disservice to our people. So our people should be on the lookout so that they do not stay in areas that are prone to flooding. They should be able to move out of those areas in good time so that they can keep away from the effects of being carried away by the floods.
Moroa further outlined plans to tackle the perennial flooding crisis in the region, including the construction of dikes along major rivers.
There are plans to put up dikes across River Nyando to ensure that we prevent the flooding. So basically that is where we are.
The United Nations has said it's deeply concerned about the deteriorating humanitarian situation in the DRC. The UN Secretary General's spokesman, Stephane Dujarric, said that M23 fighters were advancing south from Goma to Bukavu, capital of neighboring province of South Kivu.
We are deeply concerned by the situation in South Kivu particularly, which remains very volatile, with credible reports that the M23 is moving rapidly towards the city of Bukavu. In addition, our colleagues in the peacekeeping mission say that there are reports of Rwandan defense forces cross-border movements in that direction. Clashes are continuing to be reported between the M23 and the Congolese armed forces and allied forces south of Minova in South Kivu. As a reminder, peacekeepers withdrew from South Kivu province in June of last year. Today, our colleagues are also concerned about humanitarian security risks, particularly interethnic conflict in the absence of UN peacekeeping forces in that area.
Angola, China, the European Union, France, the UN and the United States have all urged Rwanda to withdraw its forces. Hamas has confirmed that its military chief Mohammed Deif has been killed. Israel's military said it had killed Deif in July last year, but Hamas had not confirmed this until now. Israel says Deif was one of the figures responsible for planning the October 7th attacks in southern Israel, in which 1,200 people were killed and 251 taken hostage. Deif was widely seen as the second-ranking Hamas official in Gaza, behind Yahya Sinwar, the group's leader in the territory, who was also killed by Israeli forces last year. That's the News Wire. I'm Edwin Lisamira.
.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Looking to upgrade your kitchenware, furniture, or electronics? We've got the best deals for you. Digger Shop, your one-stop online store for electronics, furniture, kitchenware, and more. Buy online now and enjoy fast and convenient countrywide delivery in just 48 hours. Here's the best part. Every Saturday from 6:30 p.m. you get exclusive discounts on your favorite items during Shop.Digger Show on KTN. So why wait? Visit shop.digger.co.ke and experience convenience at your fingertips. Digger Shop. Fast, easy, affordable.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
Some days just have you feeling, you know the ones. Very few aha moments. Just moments. Maybe even a few Because how can a day this good feel so meh? But then, you realize your moment of escape is a cup of indulgence away.
Delamere. Get lost in rich, creamy, flavorful bliss with every spoonful of Delamere real fruit yogurt. Indulge in that moment.
Are you a young person looking to unlock your potential? Are you ready to take the future in your hands? If so, then listen up. KCB to Jejiri is the plan. It's designed to empower young people like you, develop skills and knowledge you need to succeed in life. KCB to Jejiri combines vocational skills training, business development training, access to finance and business mentorship, preparing youth for jobs, entrepreneurship and wealth creation. Don't be left out. Visit kcbgroup.com/foundation to learn more.
All right, taking a look at traffic and what's happening at a few minutes after 9 o'clock. Still some traffic as you're trying to come through towards the Globe Cinema roundabout, and that happens off of the Thika Superhighway. Some traffic at Survey and also on Kiambu Road still pretty busy. Limuru Road is busy. We're still seeing that happening, and also coming off of Lower Kabete, Spring Valley, that area is busy as well. Okay, on Langata Road, still some heavy traffic as you approach the Southern Bypass. Heavy traffic inbound, and also let's take a quick look at the Eastern Bypass where there is very little of that, but the Cabanas interchange, different story. Outer Ring in and outbound as you approach Airport, North Airport Road is busy as well. So let's keep an eye out for all of this and let's keep talking. Let's check back in a short while. SpiceFM KE on X, hashtag the Situation Room.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
Kenya's biggest conversation this morning. And this gives us an opportunity to wrap up the week and wrap up the month with a conversation that's necessary, in my opinion. Before we start that, however, let's talk to you about the KCB Foundation to Jejiri program. You often wonder, does everybody who enters the job market have an opportunity at a job? Does everybody who enters into the market have an opportunity at starting business? Well, the truth of the matter is no. And you ask why? Well, it's because sometimes folks don't have the skills and the talents that they need to be. They do have the talent, they don't have the skills because they've not received enough training. Now, KCB Foundation under the 2Jejiri program has seen this gap and they said, you know what, let's help you to fill it. Let's give you the skills and the talent that you need over a 6-month program. Come out of that program, let's give you a toolkit and a little bit of startup money for you to start your business, or for you, or the connections for you to be able to enter into the job market proper. So there are very many sectors. There's, construction, beauty and design, photography, and basic mechanics and engineering. It goes on and on and on in terms of what people have been able to do. So far, 155,000 people have gone through the program and hoping to do more. Between the ages of 18 and 35, you can actually sign up for this program and start to see how you can benefit from the skills program and get into a job or a business that you would want to. Find out more information, kcbgroup.foundation, and get as much information as you could. All right. We're getting into a session. As we do that, CT, remind us about today's proverb, and then Mark can tell you now if his opinion from 6 a.m. has changed now at 9.
Okay. That depends on whether he has a headache or not.
All right.
Okay, we are still in the Republic of Tanzania, but let me just say this. This is one interesting country. People keep hearing that, it has overtaken Kenya as a country that has the biggest economy in this region. Actually, if you're talking about the country with the biggest economy, forget what we measure and the terms we used to measure. It's actually DRC. It's not Tanzania or Kenya. It's actually DRC. It's a different story. But as to overtaking us, it overtook us a long time ago. We're only realizing now.
Who's that? Tanzania?
Yes. They overtook us a long time ago. We're just figuring it out now because they're a little silent about it and they don't make too much noise, as we do. The proverb. Mm-hmm. Maybe your canoe is bigger. No, actually it's my canoe. Maybe my canoe is bigger than yours, but the sea is the same. Mm-hmm. Same water, same everything. If there is no fish, we both go hungry.
Mm-hmm. So have I changed my mind? No.
Okay.
to be assassins as the doctor, because at the end of the day, God makes it rain on the wicked and on the righteous.
This is true.
Mm-hmm.
So the sea, if it has fish or not, the boat, if it doesn't have any fish and your boat is bigger than mine, none of us are getting the fish.
Read your Bible properly.
None of us are getting the fish.
There are some people in the biblical history who had been fishing the whole night and nothing had happened.
Yeah.
Then they were, yes,
James and John.
They fished and fished. They only fished the net. Then Jesus appeared and told them, guys, just this net, put on the other side.
You wonder, though, that when they were doing that, did they actually not the whole night? Because think about the whole night.
Yeah.
From about maybe 8 p.m. until about 4 or 5 in the morning. Yeah. The fellas never thought to put the net on the other side of the boat.
Or the fish never thought. Maybe it's the fish that never showed up.
To move in the direction that they were told.
Okay.
So this is one of those situations where you are allowed to ask as many questions as you like, and you're allowed to come up with whatever response you think is suitable. After all, it's Friday.
Okay. In that case, how about we talk to the president? Dear Mr. President, as the one who holds position as executor of issues in this country, as executor of programs in this country, as executor of policies in this country, essentially the CEO of the nation, there are some things that perhaps we can bring to your attention today that need you to engage. We're not reminding you because the hope is that you remember. There is a lot going on in the country today. We wanted to take the opportunity to remind you of the things that require your urgent attention and action. While we realize that it is a gargantuan task to lead a nation of any size and of any population, the attention to detail in some of these cases does require your rapt attention. We want to start with abductions and death. Dear Mr. President, unfortunately yesterday, another 2 young men were found dead. We don't know how they died. We just know who killed them. We do not know who took them in the first place. In addition to that, dear Mr. President, 2 more men are still missing that we know of. And we do not know where they are. We do not know who took them. We do know that those that you have appointed in positions of security also say that they do not know. And they do not know who took them or where they are. This worries us a little bit, Mr. President, because if those who have been given the positions to guard the security and livelihoods of Kenyans are none the wiser, it puts us in a bit of a scary situation, because then we have to ask questions. Dear Mr. President, the rate at which Kenyans, young, old, male, female, are disappearing is worrisome, and the ask is that you do something about that. Dear Mr. President, sadly, over 1 million children went back to school in January. We know what the budget is for education, dear Mr. President. It's upwards of 600 million shillings. But sadly, capitation has not been sent in completion to schools. 64 billion shillings is what is owed in capitation for over 5 years. And this year is adding to that number. Dear Mr. President, we've been in school now for almost a month, and capitation is yet to be released from Treasury. A man who you appointed not too long ago, and with Parliament passed, I think is grappling with issues. I'm going to do another one, dear Mr. President. Dear Mr. President, the debt in this country, the debt that Kenya owes, is so high that for every 100 shillings that this country makes, 70 shillings of that goes towards paying debt. This is a question, dear Mr. President, because how will you use 30 shillings to cater for development? How will you use 30 shillings to send your children to school? How will you use 30 shillings to take care of their healthcare needs? How will you use 30 shillings to make sure that infrastructure is up to scratch? Dear Mr. President, we have a list of questions to ask you this morning, but we'll start with those three. Mark?
In school, there's something called a syllabus. What syllabus does is that it measures how quickly a student can learn and absorb new information. Kenya has students. We've become students because we need to deal with new tax regimes. And before we know it, we need to deal with a new university funding model. Ghafla binvu, we need to deal with SHIF and Taifa Care. Before we are done with that, we are changing our foreign policy. Before we've settled, the State House has changed how the roof looks like. While we're still breathing, Rigathi Gachagua is no longer deputy president, and he's commander-in-chief of the rebels against the presidency. Before we are done, there's NSSF, which is going up another 2,000 shillings. Dear Mr. President, it is no longer for me about how hard things are. It is a fact that psychologically we are finding it hard to cope. Good ideas, bad ideas, does not matter. But the psychology of the public needs to be taken at pace. Please slow down and tell us what is Asha and what is a SHIF and what is a Taifa Care. Let's slow down and tell everybody why 2,000 shillings more on SSF is not just a cut on our salaries, but is a net benefit to our nation. Let us slow down a bit more and ask ourselves whether 38% for high-income earners is a good amount to pay for tax. Let's have a conversation, not just about the debt, but about what should we expect from our government. What do we get? Tell us from our own selfish perspective, what should we expect to better our lives, fill our tummies, and give our children hope?
Dear Mr. President, your tray is full. This is not a litany of complaints or a wish list. It is a realization of what we have gone through as a citizenry, and we've juxtaposed it with questions that were asked and requests made to the citizenry. One was, give us more time. Time has been given, and time keeps being given. What should we expect in return for the time that we've given? Even as more time is asked for, what can we expect for more of this time that is given? Because the reference point here is time will ensure that the things we seek will be seen. The things we seek will be made manifest. Can we speak of the things that have been made manifest so far? Because there is discordance as to what we say. There's discordance to what your government tells us it has done. Can we find symmetry so that what has been done and what we see is the same? The changes that we have seen, which purportedly ought to bring about the very desired results that we seek. We've seen reshuffling of cabinet. There's now a promise of reshuffling of principal secretaries. How exactly will this bring about the change that we desire? There's talk about cabinet secretaries who were not performing well, principal secretaries who have not met the desired goals and the demands and the mandate of their offices. How sure can we be that those who then take their places will then take us to this land that was promised? How do we know and how can we be certain that they will not perform in the same manner in which those who preceded them have? And how will we be certain that we will not yet again be met by another call for a reshuffle to try and achieve the same goals that were promised would be achieved and yet were not achieved? We seek to understand how it is that by creating new coalitions and giving them new names and new terminology will again help us to achieve the goals that your government promised would be achieved. I speak, Mr. President, of broad-based government. I speak, Mr. President, of appointing new state officials in positions of authority. And I speak of how exactly these new faces are supposed to bring about changes that the immediate former old faces were not able to achieve. The country needs clarity, and the country needs to be certain that their livelihood takes precedence, their lives take precedence, the future of their children takes precedence, the matters of their health takes precedence, the matters of education takes precedence, and that the cost of simply living in the country takes precedence in your government. And this needs to be made manifest in word as well as deed.
Even as we do, and we know that, certain thoughts are going out, the question is that, do you think it's too much responsibility on the shoulders of the president to handle what we see every day?
There's something new that really, really worries me. And it crystallized for me when one Kabogo, newly minted CS, instead of speaking matters ICT, the statement that was going around was a political statement.
It was attributed to him, or was it a recording of what he said?
It was a recording of what he said, right? And it was political. Now, notwithstanding of what he said, that's not the subject of what I want to speak about. Mm-hmm. I want to speak about that for once in this country, the issue is not politics. The issue is delivery. Kenyans want to see from the cabinet and the president himself results of the things they promise. Mm. So one of the things is, I do not think that it is hard to deliver on these things. I don't think so. Mm. And President William Ruto has shown his immense capacity to use his intellectual and organizational skill to deliver the win he got in 2022. That same skill can be harnessed to move away from the question of politics. And in fact, Siti said it very well. You do not need to respond to Rigathi Gachagua. If today we had a better airport, who would remember Adani? If SHIF today was working as everyone expects, there would be no issue. I think the key thing is there's too much focus on the politics, and the government needs to go back and deliver and speak to us about that delivery, because there's not a Kenyan alive who does not want that delivery. Now, the question about your proverb. If Kenya has a GDP of 110 billion Kenya shillings, it means the sea upon which we fish, you can only catch 110 billion fish, and everyone else will have nothing. Therefore, it is important that the sea that we call the Kenyan economy be expanded, so that when we fish, we can mint new, bespangled, as you said, millionaires and billionaires.
Do you think there's a desire to have these things done? I think that if there was, well, not just have them done, but then have them done properly. I want to start with the abductions and death. Some of the things that we've mentioned. That one Kenyan.
You want to find out if the abductions were done properly?
No. I'm talking about the security that's supposed to be upheld. Let's start with that area. So now, if we say that one Kenyan who's been abducted, one Kenyan who showed up dead, have you heard to date those who've been abducted and then they turn up on the side of the road somewhere, that there has been an inquiry into or an investigation into what happened to them? Have we heard anything so far, or am I jumping the gun here? Have we heard that something has been done? Somebody has taken and said, look, we want to know who took you, where did you go? Have we heard that from the police service there have been investigations into what happened, or must we wait for these individuals to bring themselves to the police and say, find out what happened to me? Have we heard anything like that so far? The gentlemen that turned up dead, okay, somebody killed them. Their bodies were found yesterday, and they had been missing prior to that. Can we hear, or will we know, that investigations will be done into their murders? Because it's highly unlikely from what we see that they took their own lives. Will we see that there's an investigation into that? Or will we see a lackluster approach to dealing with issues? Because it is the same thing that we see. It's the same thing that we see, whereby you don't send capitation, you don't deal with an ailing system. It's the same thing. You also don't deal with a threat like that, where it's very possible for any Kenyan to be picked up at any time, anywhere, and be kept for days, weeks on end, and then unfortunately they turn up dead. It's the same attitude that you're applying across board, whether it would be send capitation, whether it would be make sure your system is working. Okay, yeah, we'll deal with it when we get to it. When is that? And that's why we're saying, dear Mr. President, these things need to be handled. And guess what? They don't need billions of shillings to be able to get them done. It's an application of attitude here, in my opinion. The people, the centralness that you put in place to get things done are essentially not. What is required to have this done? What value are we placing on the importance of some of these things? Is it very, very difficult? Is it difficult to do?
Ask the question, though, that I'm asking the question. Are we trying to normalize abductions? Are we trying to normalize the continued reduction of budgeted capitation to schools? The things that we speak about, are we normalizing them? Because if we speak on an issue and citizens speak on an issue and they require, desire and speak of change, and there is no change forthcoming, a similar occurrence visits us, more speaking is directed to it, and the result is the same. I then have to ask the question, are we trying to normalize these situations? And if so, to what end?
You know, the analytical part of my brain tells me that there are either of two situations. One, that it is true that the police are abducting and are somehow responsible for this
unfortunate circumstances. And then that means you've got to ask institutions such as IPOA, the Office of the DPP, the DCI themselves, as to whether they are investigating their own to bring this to justice, right? Now, for the people who have been abducted and let go, then you'd imagine that they will need to file a case for them to be able to be investigated. There needs to be a complainant in that matter. But when someone turns up unalived, then the state itself should take up that matter. Now, if the police are not the ones, then we must conclude that we have a serial killer. Right?
A serial killer, we have serial killers.
Yes, because we remember the dump site that had 13, 14, 15 bodies, can't remember exactly.
Yeah, what they turned up.
And then every other 2 weeks, we've got someone who was taken away, no ransom asked for, family not informed, and then they turn up dead. Either way, the police needs to give the public an answer, because if they don't, not only are they normalizing something that is very abnormal, but they're also heightening the fears in society. That speaks to the curriculum I was talking about. But number two, and this is my bigger fear, if you use your biggest punishment tool against your children, and then it becomes ineffective, what do you do next? The worst thing you can do to a human being is to abduct them and to have them killed. My question is, have you seen the Gen Z? Do they look moved? So as you pull the highest form of punishment you can, and it's not affecting the people you want it to affect, you must ask yourself, when they retaliate, what will they do?
But should you, the question is, and we're going to go to a break in a bit, but the question is, should you actually be fighting your own people? Should you be in that case? Because this is all based on the assumption that it is police or that it is security forces within Kenya that are abducting Kenyans, right? Should you actually be, and I'm trying to be prescriptive here, that you want to listen to what your people are telling you. Kenyans are almost wanting you to do better. Not almost. Kenyans want you to do better. They're urging you and saying, please hear what it is that we are saying. Please do better. Essentially, do better. We're saying that, when it comes to the lives of people who have to deal with, being picked up and taken away, we're saying, don't do it. We want you to do better. Kenyans want to be in a situation where they applaud you, even if it is your job, for you to be able to say, yes, your children went to school. Yes, you have universal healthcare and is actually working. And that people can go to hospital because they paid a premium. They can go to hospital, get treated and walk out without adding another cent. People want to make sure that the business environment is conducive for them to be able to thrive. People want to make sure that they can actually take their goods from farm to market, make a profit, pay their taxes and keep it moving. People want a system of transport that makes it possible for them not to have their own vehicle, that it is sufficient and efficient. People want to be able to see that being done and then say, actually, yes, we want you to do better. We're not interested in the politicking of all of this. We're not interested in the antics of corruption. We're not interested in all these other things that you're doing where everybody is trying to see who can make sure that they come back on the ballot. Kenyans are not interested. Kenyans are trying to survive the day. And the person that is going to allow them do that in a manner that does not take food out of their mouths is what they're even more interested in. Dear Mr. President, Kenyans want you to do better.
The only way to start your day. The weather with SpiceFM.
17 and sunny in Nairobi, highs of 24. We'll see highs of 26 and lows of 13 in Nakuru, and highs of 26 and lows of 13 in Nyeri. 24 will be the high in a sunny Eldoret, and looking into a sunny Mombasa at 27, we'll see highs of 33 and highs of 31 in a sunny Malindi. It's 21 in Kisumu, highs of 29, and 28 in Kakamega will be the high. We're looking into a sunny Kampala at 21, 27 will be the high in a sunny Dar es Salaam, while Johannesburg will be sunny at 23. Lagos at 27 is clear, while Mogadishu at 27 is sunny. Addis Ababa at 13 is sunny, and Johannesburg at 23 going to highs of 32. Partly sunny at 24 in Kinshasa, and it's 1 degree and cloudy in Beijing, 0 in Paris and cloudy, while 5 degrees and a rainy London morning. It's cloudy at 2 in New York, going to highs of 4 and -2.
Sugar and spice and everything nice. SpiceFM.
Spice up your life.
All right, I think we're coming out of traffic hour this morning. Actually, a very good start to Friday. Not too much happening coming off of Outer Ring. And we're also looking at traffic on Langata Road in both directions. As you come off of the Southern Bypass, that traffic still continues there. Not quite sure what has caused that, but there's still a little bit of that left there. Just in case you're heading in that direction, there's going to be some of a hold up. Also, as you come off of Thika Superhighway, there's still some traffic coming towards the Pangani Underpass and then out towards Muranga Road on one side or Wangari Maathai on the other. It doesn't look too bad after that. All right, keeping an eye on things through Friday. Let's talk Spice FM KE on X.
Mature, intelligent talk every morning. Spice up yourself. Mornings done right. 94.4 Spice FM, Nairobi.
And I really hope my president hears me on this. There's a gift that this country has been given. In 2017, 18, 19, the youth of this country had no idea what their civic duty was. They had no idea even what they wanted for this country. Today we speak of a young people who are scrutinizing everything and trying to find the best way to do it. Now, there are two ways you can take it. You can take it as though they are rebelling, or you can take it that for once in this country, after a long time, I think only Kibaki saw this, there is positive tension between the government and the people. What do I mean positive tension? That the people are demanding that the government does better, delivers better, and they've become literally the people who tell the government, listen, there is something wrong here, please fix. And one of the things and one of the fixes that I think this country can quickly have is when that dialogue you're talking about, Ndu, begins to happen, is that when the government listens to the people, then it becomes Fox Populi, Fox Day. The voice of the people is the voice of God. This country actually in the 3 years to 2027 can actually turn around and do amazing things. Why? Because number one, the people will be oversighting it. Number two, there'll be agreement of purpose. There's no better public participation than that. And number three, for once, we will be happy with the results of what we are doing because we did it collectively. And that is why it is so critical that the government shifts from looking at the tension that is being brought by the people as an opposition to them, but rather a cue for them to follow, because the Constitution says the people are sovereign.
We want to hear from you as well. What do you want to tell your president this morning? I mean, there has been a lot of complaint, and rightly so, that, you know, because you're in a democratic space, the thought is that people can actually tell you how they feel about what it is that you do, or in some cases, don't do. So talk to us this morning on 0719-012-600. Tell your president what it is that you see going on that perhaps he doesn't, or that he hasn't heard you. What is the one thing that you want him to do? And I say listen, because listen then means that at some point you then act. Is it enough to shuffle a cabinet? Is it enough to bring friends from the opposition onto your side? Is it enough to say it and not do it? Is it enough? Is it enough? Is it enough to just to move people around? But we're saying, can we see actually the things that you say you were going to do actually be done? I think that's all Kenyans want. Yeah. It's interesting because I've been to I've been around this continent, and I'm going to tell you for free, Kenyans take a lot. Though there's a word that it has escaped my mind right now, but Kenyans are a very accommodating people that you can push them to the wall and they'll say, push me into the wall even further, because they'll take it. And I'm saying, don't take that accommodativeness for granted. Because even the most accommodating person can get to the wall and they'll say, this one, I'm going to turn around and face you. And I think in many instances, that's where Kenyans have reached. Basically, for me, just do the things you said you were going to do and do them well. I don't see a Kenyan who would say, you know what, we'd rather take the person who said they were going to do what they were going to do over somebody else who promised us, who gave us lofty promises in the sky.
You know, the difficulty in understanding change is something that every human being grapples with. There's an even greater difficulty in realizing that the biggest change agent is actually yourself. That when you desire change from other people, perhaps you should consider changing yourself, because that is a far easier proposition than changing someone else. And the reason why that proposition makes sense is when you change, you force those seeking to talk about change on your behalf to change, because they will then be dealing with someone different. When somebody changes the way they respond to you and the way they relate to you, you will also change. If the change is positive, the response will also be positive. If the change is not considered to be positive, then the response will also tally and follow what it is that has been presented. It is a very fortunate leadership who have the privilege of listening to their employers, pleading with them instead of giving them instructions. In a democracy, the employer is a citizenry who is also the voter. When they speak, and they speak in various tongues, and they speak in various forums, and they speak in various platforms about the same thing, the commonality of what it is that they desire can no longer fall into the category of something you need to guess, because it is crystal clear you have been told. And it is a fortunate thing that one has the opportunity to see, to listen, and then take the mantle of contemplating and determining the best way forward. Privileges of this nature are given, and whatever is given can be taken away. It is a really simple fact. Leadership cannot exist in a vacuum. There have to be people who are led. In a democracy, people who are led will expect themselves to be led in accordance and in concordance with a constitution that they have, because it is their constitution and it is what they wanted. So they spoke well ahead of time. Compliance with that particular constitution or that particular document is all a citizenry asks for. A non-compliance will be called out. That which does not meet the needs that they expected will be called out. It is not meant to be negative. It is just, you have strayed. This is the path that we would wish you to follow. And the path that you're following is a path we do not wish you to follow, because it doesn't serve our interest. And if it doesn't serve our interest, it also doesn't serve your interest.
Do you think too much, I'm going to ask this question again. Do you think too much responsibility is being placed on the shoulders of the president?
It is not possible for that to happen, for the simple reason that the president does not function alone in a country. The Constitution provides a body of individuals who are citizens of this very country, whose mandate and job is to look at the diversified ways in which they can help the president and the presidency run the country. Start with the deputy president, principal assistant,
And advisor.
And advisor. Then go down to the cabinet secretaries, whom we call ministers. Then go down to the principal secretary. Just keep going down, and at every level. Then look at the other leaders who are elected, and look at the two-tier parliamentary system that we have.
47 governors.
All these things we have actually taken care of, looking at this thing from the level that you would refer to as a national level, and at the level where whatever it is that you sought to have is brought to you at the level and closest to you. It's called a county government. No, it is not too much.
It's not too much.
No.
You know, when SpiceFM calls me and says, "Hey, Mark, would you like to guest host for a week?" And I say yes. I cannot on Friday come and say, "Hey, CT, this is too much." When you applied for the job of the presidency, it was not the first time a presidency was being voted for
in this country.
Two, the issues that this country has, there is none that is new. Okay? Therefore, it is a job you applied for. In fact, actually paid money for, because you have to pay IEBC to apply for this job. Got thousands of signatures to agree with you. So yes, one, there was an agreement, and it's a social contract as well, that you would do a certain job. Then there's a legal and constitutional agreement, and then third, other people have done it before. You know, Moi did it through a coup. Kenyatta Senior did it through independence. Mwai Kibaki did it through 2007. Uhuru Kenyatta did it through 2020 and COVID. At the end of the day, those circumstances were more difficult than where we are today.
So then, we can still come back then, in that case, and say, "Dear Mr. President, sadly, a lot of the things that you deal with today are things that happened even before you came into the presidency. But we still have to bring them up because under your watch, they're still going on." Dear Mr. President, the fact of the matter remains that many, many women in this country who are with child have to suffer the issues of maternal death because they've been compromised in a situation whereby they can't give birth in a hospital because the Linda Mama program was removed. We are still dealing with that and grappling with that. We don't know where to find reprieve for that because now, even with this new universal health tie for care, sadly there are too many bugs in the system and it is not working. Dear Mr. President, your people in this nation who are sick are saying, please, can the system work properly? Maybe you need to whip up the folks who are responsible for making sure the system works to actually make sure that it works. Dear Mr. President, there are parts of this country where the roads don't exist. There are parts of this country where people farm and are not able to take their product to market because of the fact that these roads don't exist. The infrastructure is at a terrible place. Dear Mr. President, we take into consideration that the road network has increased significantly or is better significantly, but only in certain areas of the country. Dear Mr. President, there are still places in Kenya today where people fetch dirty water to drink, where they fetch dirty water to cook, where, ironically, they fetch dirty water to clean their clothes and utensils in Kenya today. Dear Mr. President, there are still parts of this country where children go to school and they sit on mud. The school walls are sticks and they have to learn on the same level as those who sit in a well-structured organization that is also a school. Those two opposite ends of the spectrum exist in this country under your presidency. These things are happening today, and dear Mr. President, we are asking you to look into them. There are people that you've put in positions of authority because we know you won't do it all by yourself, but unfortunately, they're failing Kenyans. They're not happening. The taxes continue to increase, but sadly, Kenyans can't see what they do and where they go. There's a certain level of accountability that is required, dear Mr. President, and Kenyans are asking you to just have that in place.
You know, City, I want my president to remove the normalization of billions of shillings sounding like they're peanuts. 1 billion shillings is 1,000 classrooms. 1 billion shillings is 3, 4, 5 hospitals. 1 billion shillings is thousands of doctors. The idea that certain offices can be rebranded for billions of shillings, and I'm now speaking about Rigathi Gachagua, redoing the deputy president's residence for billions of shillings, and it is normal. No, that needs to stop. Losing a third of our budget, nearly 1 trillion shillings, and it's spoken as if we lost some bubble gum. That needs to change. One of the promises he made last year is to fight corruption. Imagine, for me, I would not even care if people are not taken to prison. It would be more important that those billions actually do something for the people of Kenya.
Let's hear what some of your comments are this morning and what you're telling us. King Dave says, why do some individuals have to kill people for the things of the world? 80% of some folks are no longer alive. That's really sad. Dear Mr. President, when are we getting tractors to our farms and cars without engines, says my prince. Charles Mobili, sometimes it's a relief to tell a stone what you think about it. Yes, Charles says, we feel the pain. We live it every day. And the leadership is ever on the campaign mode. The end of an election is the beginning of campaigns for another. Atieno says, do they not want to do better? Are they there for Kenya for themselves? Or is it an evil, insatiable hunger for wealth and power that stamps out anyone in its way? Brian Otieno says, what about Shakahola? Any updates? Well, that's another one. My prince, we see what you're saying. The 2000 says the Kenyan people have realized that the current president cannot take us to the next level and therefore should resign with speed. Well, okay. Beatrice Odhiambo says people are actually fed up. Anthony Mwendo says we are not going to buy this nonsense anymore. Jesse says, imagine if we had COVID-19 when he was the president. Kenyans would die. Okay, this is interesting. Atieno says, dear Mr. President, drugs are so expensive, especially for long-term issues like diabetes, hypertension, glaucoma. Berian says, again, the infrastructure is not his job. That's why we are fighting. The area reps need to do their job. All right. Beatrice says, this country belongs to all of us and it takes all of us to sort the mess. Anthony says, we are not disputing facts. Of course, some good things are being done, but are overshadowed by the many failures. Gaithisu says, dear Mr. President, access to education and health services are paramount. When the two fail, nothing else will be considered a success. Those are some of the things that you're saying this morning, talking to your president directly and saying, come on, there's unfortunately too much going wrong at the same time, and these things must be given attention. Dear Mr. President, your people are speaking. Kenyans are saying things need to change. Things need to be a little bit different. T.
There is nothing easy about a presidency. There's nothing simple about it either. The simplicity in politicking is in the making of promises. And in the making of promises, you will find a desire to actually fulfill the promises. When one has attained the goal and has ascended to the seat, the electoral seat that they sought, a certain reality dawns on them. That reality having dawned on them, we can only guess. If we are informed about it, then we will know. We have people whom in this government are referred to as advisors. I will take the view that it is a role that any leadership, any political leadership has always had from the time we instituted forms of government, whether it was a monarchy in times gone by, whether it was what we've called in modern times a dictatorship, or whether we've called an electoral system that is either parliamentary or presidential, or a mixture that suits the country that has it. These advisors, it has been assumed, are people who have knowledge, and in so having the knowledge, are able to help guide the top leadership in the direction that is useful. If we were to go by what we see, it would appear that many in that position seem to be advising the presidency that all is well. If that is the advice is false. All is not well. There is a lot that needs to be addressed. And if these advisors are worth their weight in salt, they are the ones who would push the country and the presidency in understanding these things and advising accordingly and appropriately. Because after all, they are, or it is assumed, that they are experts in the areas in which they are supposed to provide advice.
There's war going on here, there's conflict. Sometimes when we think about conflict, we think about it just as armed conflict and that there are two sides. In some case, it could be government fighting, an uprising, or whatever the case may be. But when you're not able to get certain things done in the manner in which they should be, and I think that's here where we're talking about the manner, you should not. And this is the reason why we keep are developing, in my opinion. It's not because we can't. It's not because we don't have. It's because we don't do it to the level at which we should be operating, and that's why we'll forever be. We'll continue being developing. That for you to pass that developing question is: are you doing it as efficiently, as sufficiently, as optimally as you should be? That is what takes you from developing to developed. It's not that you just, okay, well, there's a road that needs to be fixed. Well, at least we put Maram. No. There's infrastructure and there's a budget for it. You should actually do it to what should be done. And that's where you pass that stage. That oftentimes you say, well, we have this at least mentality, which drives me absolutely mad. That you cannot say, well, at least we're doing this. Well, see, at least the children are in school. Are they not in school? Is anybody chasing them away? No. At least we finished. Even though we owe some money, at least we finished and the term is over. Those who were in 6 have moved to 7. You see? At least. We say, well, you went and the bill was not paid for you, like we said, but at least they paid something, right? We're not talking about the fact that you are nearly bankrupted because you had to look for more. We're saying that at least you went. Okay, well, 10 women went to hospital and 3 of them died because they didn't get there on time, or they did not have a hospital, or rather 10 women were pregnant, they couldn't deliver. Well, at least not all 10 of them died. For goodness sake, we cannot be an at least economy operating in a world where you want to be at the table. It cannot be.
The president promised to fight corruption, and this is something that I hope he does. You know why? One, civil servants in this country are not incompetent. When the SHIF thing was drawn, it was faultless. Well done. Do you know where the problem is, City? You cannot steal and work at the same time. When your mind is focused on stealing, the task you're supposed to do is a hindrance to your stealing. If you want to steal from a road budget, you want as little of that road to be done so that you have as much in your pocket. So, Mr. President, one of the solutions that my very inexperienced self is sharing with you, those that you've said are corrupt and you will deal with them, are the reason why some of your projects are not working. Because if I work at SHA and SHIF and I want to make some money, then the less I pay for Ndu's friends' admission, the more I keep for myself.
There you go. Dear Mr. President, Kenyans are speaking, and these are the things that they are saying. It is our hope that as this month ends and we get into a new one, that we start to see movement in some direction. Kenyans want you to do better. Kenyans want you to succeed. Do it for them. Good morning. It's 10 a.m.
Good morning. This is the Newswire. I'm Edwin Lisamira. The National Assembly Departmental Committee on Health is expected to meet the Ministry of Health and representatives from the Social Health Authority next week. They'll deliberate on